it's funny, darling, the people in their cars moving by my window like insects on the glass. Well, I don't care, I let the whole world go past. When you're living for the moments that happened long ago, just keep a healthy mind about you and let them go. We'll turn this thing around and we'll try to learn to live again. Well, you're alive, so make a living. If you tried just forgiving recently, we'll go outside, your head is spinning while the birds are all singing peacefully. Wished to be a traveler, but I couldn't take the load. 1,000 eyes upon me wherever I would go. Get your bags and find the good times on your own. Well, nature went out walking and left me all alone. I haven't seen it since. Oh, but nurture never showed. Oh no, we're still out on the road. Well, you're alive, so make a living. If you tried just forgiving recently, we'll go outside and your head is spinning while the birds are all singing peacefully. Thank you very much.
Let it overflow. and you will. Where is love, the truth teller divine? Look inside yourself, all this in good time, and you will. Don't listen to those voices, their false hypocrisy. No matter all the times, tell those lies. No, 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 and you will, and you will. Where is love? Where is love? Where is love? Where is love? It's in you. It's in you. It's in you. It's in you. Love yourself. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the Waking Lions podcast, episode 3.
Indeed. See, how you doing?
I'm good, how you doing?
Not bad, yeah.
Excellent.
Interesting journey in just now.
Yeah?
Yeah, they're saying about these headlights now, aren't they? About the headlight, the new law and the rules regarding headlights being too bright.
I
I thought I was getting old, but so they come towards you really bright. Right, have some of this.
Yeah.
Then they put their full beams on. It's like a flipping tractor coming towards you. But you would think, wouldn't you? Manufacturers build cars these days. You get an MOT done, they check your lights up and down.
Yeah.
You would think manufacturers automatically do that when they supply and build a car. Be a thing.
Yeah.
No.
No.
You send them out the brightest lights imaginable.
Yeah.
That's my wins of the night anyway so far.
Yeah, no, I mean, I can totally relate with that. Like, I actually, it's one of the funny things, having all these lights in front of me, I was mentioning this last week, it's like, I'm actually fairly sensitive to light. I used to actually have filter glasses for it at one point, and like at night, driving with the xenon lights and that, my God, it's like burning into my retina on the way past. So I really do like those old like VW vans and that come past with like proper
orange,
like
proper light bulb, proper filaments.
Yeah. Which is weird because our near side dim bulb went on the way back as well. Funnily enough, you just reminded me I've got to get that replaced, so we'll be going down to Blease, checking out. Hello to Ryan. You'll have some work for Ryan and boys.
All your automotive needs.
Indeed, I would always suggest them. Actually, they are very good at what they do down there, and they've kept our car running really nicely. Funnily enough,
trying to find a good mechanic is a nightmare.
It is difficult. But luckily, we've got a few of them down here. There's no doubt.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
What's on for this evening, Leo?
Well, I mean, it was going to be, we've got a few things, but obviously Three Eye Atlas is probably like the biggest, not just physically, but like the biggest implicatory.
Size of Manhattan, apparently.
Apparently so, yes.
More intelligent life on it as well.
Yes. Well, we've got a bit about Three Eye Atlas. We have also a little bit about the never-ending clown world behaviour of our UK PM, MPs, mayors, mainstream media. It continues. It never ends.
Doesn't get any better. And you couldn't make it up. Maybe
I was going to say something like someone really obscure or something, maybe the worst Philip K. Dick Acid like dream novel. But no, you couldn't actually. I'm not assuming he could do it. We also do have a little bit of an update on the old Charlie Kirk situation, which continues to roll on. And of course, we've had big news from Kash The Dash and his team of untouchables. Just call him Elliot Ness, baby. He's taken down the mafioso. So stick with us because we got plenty to get through tonight. But it's not going to be 4 hours. I'll just say that at the beginning.
Good.
It's
I
not
was
gonna be
so
another
hungry
4 hour
last week. I
session.
got back. I was having to raid the cupboards for food.
Same here, like straight upstairs, munching down. And
Then, of course,
also-
you're wide awake, aren't you, as well?
well,
Everyone else in
yeah.
the house, ready to go to bed at 11:30. There's us. Like,
It certainly didn't help that I had to go to my brother's wedding the next day, even
no,
Nottingham.
so considerate.
So
Why
that
would you
was a
do
nice
that?
drive. But no, it was actually a nice drive. Other than they closed the M5 while we were driving on it, but there you go.
Oh, how does that work? You just drive right, you just close
So-
it down. You have to stop.
Yeah, as we're going along, the exit that ideally, really, I wanted to take, there's a guy putting up a barrier at it,
Ah,
and next to him is a lorry with the arrow with the other dudes putting out cones.
you ain't going up there, mate.
Yeah, and they just take us to the next exit. None of us wanted to go off on, and put us off that one into like Stourbridge.
Ooh.
So whereas I'd actually just wanted to do like the straight sort of M5, M42 thing, no, I ended up having to go like all the way through Stourbridge over to the M6 and then down the M1.
Oh, y'all not
back,
want to go to Stourbridge. Y'all not want to go up there, my friend. What are yam yams?
Yeah, it was less than desirable occasionally, but actually in the actual practicality of it, actually quite nice. It was quite scenic. It was nice to have a
Well, there you
little
go.
drive around Stourbridge again.
Bit of a break
So-
from normality.
Yeah, well,
Whatever normality is.
normality is it really?
No,
'Cause,
it's
you know-
just life. It's just fantasy, as Queen once sang.
Well, yeah, that was one of the tunes played at the reception
Oh,
at the
nice.
wedding, and then I was thinking about it, just like, really, where are we
Yeah.
in reality?
no escape from
terms?
reality.
Absolutely. I mean, in a way, it would be good to escape from reality.
It
There's
would
some
do, wouldn't it?
absolute insanity that continues to go on.
It's not
in
even
the world.
virtual insanity anymore to paraphrase your
No,
request.
yeah, exactly. We can't even do our little sort of mime dancing.
You could do it in the studio, couldn't you, actually? Sort of little room that goes backwards and forwards. And
Who is that guy? Do you remember in the Fast Show their version of Jamiroquai? It's like,
vaguely.
my father was a Papua New Guinean, Israeli, Hungarian, Jewish poet, and my mum was and is the breeze. Can you hear her whispering? Hello, mum.
It's repeating itself. It's all the Israeli stuff. It's just go for a
What
big
was-
loop.
Yeah. It's funny that actually.
Can't get away
yeah.
from them.
It's funny because that does kind of tie in. I wasn't intending
No,
it to
well, there you
at
go.
all
What a
whatsoever.
segue. What a
It's
segue.
weird how it all ties in.
The man's a pro, ladies and gentlemen. The man's a pro.
Yeah, well, I mean,
What do you know?
wait for it. I haven't even started yet. I've still got a few pages to go. Although, luckily, as you'll see, my
Copious
pages are
notes.
well,
Copious
they're not
notes.
as copious as last week. Like, the segments are actually considerably smaller.
Very
because
true.
Obviously, we have covered a whole bunch of stuff last week.
Yeah, we're going to run out. I don't think we will in this country.
No,
will we?
doubtful.
There'll always
I
be
mean,
something.
Yeah, even just in this country alone, even if we didn't go abroad and do overseas news. But again, I would suggest that if anyone finds anything throughout this, if this is your first time joining us, if you weren't here last week, then
Where
go
were
to take a look. You don't necessarily have to watch the whole 4-hour stream in one chunk because it splits up into smaller chunks.
Indeed.
Which some of them are still, one of them's like 1 hour 43 minutes, but
I know.
they're still smaller chunks, and they will give you a bit more of a heads up on some of the things that we're leading into,
Yeah.
or it leads into some of the things that we'll be talking about
Definitely.
today. So I mean, yeah, like given that we're on the target for not making it 4 hours, we might as well just kind of get the 3-eye Atlas thing. So
We might as well.
get that one wrapped up a bit because, I mean, last time I checked, we're still here.
Last time I checked, it was behind the sun recharging, apparently.
Yeah, well, I mean,
That's what they say. It's snuck behind.
It is kind of behind the sun. I
Defying
mean,
gravity.
it's reaching, so today/tomorrow, like tonight, 29th to 30th,
Armageddon.
it's supposed to be reaching its perihelion.
Yeah.
And for those that want to know what a perihelion is, it's
Sounds painful.
yeah, well, it's
You've
where
done that.
it can be painful actually. I mean, especially if you're trying to like pull some maneuver slightly like this in Elite Dangerous, and you get a bit too close, and like instead of picking up fuel, you start burning out your shields and losing all your cargo, which I've done a couple of times. Let's be honest.
You don't be doing that.
Yeah, don't we all do that in Elite Dangerous once in a while? But no, yeah, so it's the closest point that it's going to reach to our sun on its way past the sun on its trajectory as it's been going across the plane of the transversal plane of our solar system, where it's gone past multiple planets, in a planar fashion, rather than just going straight up through,
Yeah.
and only seeing one or two, which is why it has had some interest. And obviously we covered a lot of things on this last week and mentioned how it's not like it's not just the sort of tinfoil hat wearing or Mr. AJ himself, Voldemort, he who shall not be named. It's actually like, verified, credible people talking about this.
Yeah.
And we did mention a couple of them that, like, I went back and, well, I didn't go back actually. They have been back on it, like, in the last couple of days talking about it. Yeah, so Avi Loeb being one
Indeed.
of them, And
how credible is he, though? I mean, he's one of these, like, experts they wheel out, don't they? When this sort of thing happens, they go and dust him off, wheel him out. He says his piece and then gets put back in his cupboard again. For 3 or 4 years.
I'd say he's probably about as credible as former D-Ream keyboardist Brian Cox. Professor Brian Cox. Yeah, like for anyone out in the States out there.
To be fair, though, he explains things in a very easy to manage ways. Brian Cox,
but a lot of what he explains is nonsense. I watched him spinning eggs, trying to explain how rotations of planets, gravity, and spheroids work, and I'm like, well, you might want to start with something that is actually going to rotate on an axis that is not completely
going to keep falling over all the
time. He was trying to explain the fundamental principle that using eggs will not explain. No. It is actually the stupidest way of doing it.
I mean, the planets are ovoid, but not as ovoid as an egg.
Exactly, and like like I say, he's a former keyboardist for a band called D-Ream who did a song called Things Can Only Get Better.
Labour's theme tune,
which incidentally was the theme tune of whose campaign?
Was it 97, Blair?
Tony Blair.
Whoa.
We're back to him again. Master of the Fabian arts, Tony Blair.
We've got to discuss the Fabians, I think, in a few weeks' time.
Yes, we do. We do have to do a bit on that. But yes, so Avi Loeb being like, one of the main proponents of talking about this as I suppose an authority, because he is quite well regarded within the sort of whole astronomical.
Ooh,
yep. So I was about to go Russell.
It's like naturists and naturalists.
You don't want to mix them up. No. Definitely not. Because I hear naturalists can be naturalists. Oh, fantastic! It's going incredibly well already.
They give him a hard time.
You know what? Let me put my teeth back in. We'll have a little look see at Avi Loeb here, because I say he's been back on the telly because. It's filtered down to normies now, right? It's filtered down to normies, where this is care of like what is essentially like mid-morning mimosa news channel, where you got like these two ladies who like wearing very nice dresses. You expect them to be drinking a mimosa.
The menopause channel.
Kind of. Well, they're younger than that, but they're just like the sort you expect with a couple of cocktails sat again. And after we've talked about this poodle that we've given a lovely like pedicure to, we're now going to go over to Avi Loeb. So
again, really scanned, is it?
Like because of the nature of this, right? We're going to like pop this on, let him have a little chat, because he might be able to explain a few things that we went into last week a little better. Given he's supposedly an expert,
astrologist. No, not an astrologist. What is
it? You did it as well, and the reason I did that as well,
Russell Grant, isn't he?
I posted a comment on flipping YouTube, and it corrected it, auto-corrected it to astrologist, and people jumped on me. I'm like, oh, God's sake, I do know the difference, but now it's stuck in my mind. Just like last week, how I kept on saying George Farmer instead of Michael Farmer, and also yards. For some reason, I had like yards stuck in my head when talking about the distance from Charlie Kirk. It's like I'm mixing up my units of measurement here. There's something like the Wild West was in my head, like 20 paces or something. So yeah. But I'm trying my best not to mix them up here. But here's Avi Loeb on like I say, what seems to be like mid-morning mimosa. We can have a little listen to him to describe where we're at. Like basically, I think this morning / last night. With what's happening with
it's getting close. Apparently it's getting close.
Well, it is in its Perihelion right now. It should be. And I looked out the window, still can't see it. Not where you should do, because it's behind the sun.
Yeah.
But we'll let him do a little bit of description here. We might pop in, make a few comments as he goes. But for the benefit of everyone, it's probably worth listening to who we're being told is one of the top
an authority.
An authority indeed. Let's see what Avi has to say about this.
3-eye atlas. That's the correct way to pronounce it, correct?
Yes, it is. The name is simply that it refers to the third interstellar object from outside the solar system that is visiting us. only the third in history, because just over the past decade, we had the survey telescopes to find such things. And Atlas is a telescope, 0.5 meter in diameter, in Chile, that discovered it on July 1st.
Which, as you'll know, is something we mentioned last week, is that we've only just started developing the technology to be able to
for
pick
us
these
to
things up.
discuss it as we approach Halloween.
You know, Avi, first of all, we love talking to you because you always have
Wait,
great
hold on a
insights.
second. So I'm just going to pause for a second there. Like, wait, it's just very fitting to discuss this as we approach Halloween. I thought, see, because I think there's some interesting things in these, right?
Yeah.
Like, because I'm like I said last week, I'm on the rational side of things with this. Like, this is very likely a massive chunk of space debris from something that exploded really close to the galactic, core. And we have no idea what it looks, sounds, or feels, or does. Looks like any of this. So, but to turn around and say, Halloween, woo, spooky.
Well, they've probably got a segment coming up about Halloween pumpkin carving, I expect.
Well, this is exactly what I mean about the mid-morning
Like the
mimosa.
one
They
show.
were probably just doing a segment on carving a pumpkin before
Probably.
this, and how to use the rest of it for a mimosa, a pumpkin mimosa, right? So, but yeah, I mean, this is the thing, though. One, what's science fiction got to do with Halloween, right? Like, they're two separate
Nothing at
things,
all.
right? Yeah, like, people keep on mixing this up, right? But also, scaremongering, like the fear economy again. We're coming back to fear economics. But let's let him continue, right?
so much for doing this.
And you make it easy to understand,
You do.
which is nice.
And we talked to you, I think it was
He makes it
earlier
easy to
this month,
understand.
It
He makes it
does.
easy to understand, especially when you're hammered on 16
About-
mimosas at 6 in the morning.
the same topic, but there's some new information now in terms of photos that have been released. What have we learned so far because of these new photos?
Well, the
So
sharpest photo we had was from the Hubble Space Telescope, and it showed a glow in front of the object towards the sun, rather than what we see usually around comets, where you see an extension of a cometary tail that goes away from the sun because dust and gas are being pushed by the solar radiation and wind.
Okay, so, there's what we were saying
the
last
object
week.
is
And
also
there's the
inferred to be
photo
very
that we covered
large,
last week from
comparable to
Tiago,
Manhattan
Dobsonian
Island.
Power,
That
who is
was
still
very
covering this
surprising
subject
because
himself.
It's at least 1,000 times more massive than the previous two interstellar objects. So the question was...
So he's saying it's the size of Manhattan as well, apparently.
It followed the trajectory that was aligned with the planets around the sun, so perhaps it's on some reconnaissance mission. And most recently we noticed over the month of September that the glow is changing direction. It's now in both directions, towards the sun and away from the sun. We obtained a very high resolution image from the high-rise camera on board the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. That's a mission that NASA launched a while ago, and that camera should give us an even crispier image than
Even
the one
crispier.
from the...
Even
Nice.
crispier. And yes, it should, but where's the images at, bro?
That's what I'm going to
This
release.
is what I mean.
aren't they?
Okay, so I don't know if I've got a clip for this because it was literally, because again, breaking news is all within the last day or so, and I'm catching up with someone earlier today where Tiago posted breaking news: NASA released a new picture they took of 3i Atlas, and they showed the picture. It's just like a smear
Yeah.
at 144p.
Yeah.
Yeah, what the hell, man? That's guys. Anyway, let's let him get through
telescope by a
this.
factor of 3. So we are waiting for that. The problem is the image was taken on October 2nd, and that's a day after the government shut down, and the claim is that because of the shutdown...
Well, again, this is where we were at the end, or in the crossover points, like I mentioned, certain things don't only
How
happen
can
for
they
one
see
reason.
anything on
Side
there?
view of the object. And
Yeah,
now,
it's
actually,
absolutely
this-
pitiful, isn't it?
the object
That is
approaching
absolutely pitiful
closest,
for what we're
distance from the
supposed to be
sun.
able to capture.
That's
Mind you,
October 29th.
application, okay?
And
So
the
things
problem
like
is we
the
can't
James Webb
observe it from
Telescope
Earth.
and the Hubble
It's
Telescope are
on
not
the
designed to
opposite
track
side
things
of
moving at 30
the sun.
miles a
So when you
second.
look at the sun during
Right?
the daytime
Maybe they should.
right now, the,
Still, you would expect
3i
there are
Atlas is,
plenty of other things. The
flying
ISS
behind
is
it.
out
Enough
there.
stuff up there, isn't
There's
there?
enough stuff on the ISS, I would
That's the
wager,
best
to be able to
time
capture
to
this
do a
thing.
maneuver
Even the
close
damn
to the
handy
sun
cam out the port.
to take
You know what I mean? Out the
advantage
port
of
hole would do better.
That's what we do with our own spacecraft. And so the question is, will it appear on a different path after passing close to the sun? And of course, if that happens, the stock market may crash, because it would mean that
Okay,
we have
so yeah.
Just trying to follow the natural, logical progression there. So if it goes where it shouldn't do, the stock market will crash.
Exactly. Okay, so like just to fill you in on there, what Loeb is saying, right, is that like we're watching it very carefully. As he mentioned, in fact, Michio Kaku will talk about this a bit more in the next clip, right? Is the idea that it's building up energy around the sun. Now, there's two things to bear in mind here, or there's one element of there's two factors involved. Is it building up energy, right, or is it building up momentum velocity? Right, because they're two different things.
Yeah.
Again, in Elite Dangerous, like, if you're fuel scooping, essentially you're picking up energy as you go around. Like, that's energy to then be generated. You would otherwise have to generate or whatever. Okay, whereas momentum and velocity, that's what I believe they're actually trying to get at here. Which is again why one does have to question like the veracity of these so-called like qualifications. Like, come on, like, let's be a bit more clear about this. I know he's trying to put it in layman's terms to the two drunk girls on mimosas, right? But even at that, I know Karens that can grasp this concept that when you go round the sun, right? I mean, look. This is the point. Many people have seen Star Trek Forward Voyage Home, right? They know this concept. It's the Oberth effect, right? So you come up to the sun and you're accelerating towards the sun. You let it pull you into its gravitational pull and then use a blast of energy to get you out and slingshot itself you out. So that's what they're looking for as an observation here. And that's what they're looking for changing trajectory and whatever. Now, if it did that, right, to say that the stock market's going to crash... Well, look, he will explain that in a minute, but I mean,
some risk involved.
I'll be interested to see where he's putting his money.
However, if it continues along its original path, it could still be.
To be fair, that's something that should be looked into. Maybe look at what Nancy Pelosi's up to.
Maneuver. So we should keep our eyes on this ball of light to figure out whether it's natural or technological. Often, in science, we don't face a situation where what we discover has implications to our daily life. And this is a very unusual case where, even if the risk is small, if you say it's most likely a rock, it could have huge consequences.
Most likely, most naturally. Do you see what I mean again? Do you see what I mean again here? So, like, let's talk all this big news of, like, stock market crash, end of the world.
And it's a rock.
It's probably just a freaking rock.
It's going to get nowhere near us.
If it's not a rock, so therefore we have to discuss that as a possible, a black swan event that we haven't anticipated.
What does that mean, like a black swan event? Also, I mean, there's so many things that you just mentioned that I guess I have questions about. One, the
she probably thinks it's like a movie about ballet dancers.
Maybe isn't as well versed in this topic. How would it affect the stock market? Something in outer space.
Right, so we all know about the dinosaurs that were killed by a giant rock the size of Manhattan Island.
We all know about dinosaurs.
The stock market a treat,
well, look, come on, man. I've got a lot of friends that work in the stock market.
The futures in clubs went right down.
I've got a lot of friends that work in the stock market, right, the market traders and that. I love your pieces, but I mean, it's a pretty accurate comparison, right?
Yeah, it is.
Pretty accurate comparison. It's just so stuck into the business. I don't look up from it and go, "Oh, I wasted my life."
Crazy.
66 million years ago, that was unexpected. The dinosaurs felt very proud of themselves dominating Earth, but they didn't look up.
Wait,
and this
again, I love that one. They felt really proud of themselves. Like that's one thing in Attenborough things. Right? I always remember from growing up as a kid, like. His ancient bones still hold the pride of that T-Rex for eating that bloody Triceratops. I'm sure the pride was really high on dinosaurs' agenda.
Okay.
Right?
Kill them. Now, that's a risk for humanity as well. And we think that we can prevent such a damage by monitoring rocks that may come close to Earth. But that assumes that these are rocks, that we can forecast how they will behave. Just imagine alien technology, some spacecraft.
Ancient rocks.
That can and maneuver in ways that we cannot anticipate. It's much more complicated. And of course, if we ever encounter that, it's a blind date of interstellar proportions. You don't know who is on the other side. Of course, you're hoping that it's a friendly visitor, but it could be a serial killer. So, there will be...
What?
Again, on a rock.
So wait, we've gone from blind dates to we want someone nice to come out to a serial killer.
Yeah.
What? Dude, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
I know he's got to explain himself quite in simple layman's terms for the ladies, but
The analogy is brilliant. I think he carries it on here as well.
Oh, he does.
Of urgency and uncertainty, just like you see a visitor to your backyard, and the concern is the visitor will show up in your front door. So you have to worry about what to do in a short time, and that would involve, of course, policymakers and politicians. But as a scientist, the first thing that I can alert to is to at least consider the possibility that we might see a visitor from interstellar space that could be potentially, associated with alien
a
technology.
serial killer.
Yeah.
Potentially a blind date serial killer could turn up from outer space is what I'm getting
Things
from
could
this.
be worse.
I don't know. I mean, the girls did... they're going to look pretty vacant when he comes back.
So that we monitor those things and
There
collect as much evidence.
you go, they're like, uh-huh.
What is he on about?
Well, I heard blind date. Like, well, are we going out? I'm gonna only have I can only have brown bread.
Because in a blind date, my advice to anyone that goes on a blind date is first observe the other side as much as you can before you have an opinion, before you say anything. And that's what we should do in this case.
Like, what are you trying to tell us, Avi?
Oh, he's trying to take Cilla Black's job, isn't he?
Do you know how many? Did you notice that article the other week about the number of people on Grindr in government agencies and stuff like that? I'm trying to wonder that, Avi.
He is. He's doing a bit of speed dating now.
No, I think you're right. And again, I think actually you're right on several things from last week as well that we'll come back to later on, right? That he is trying to put it into some sort of analogy that these two can understand.
Yeah, but
that's probably one of the worst ones you can do.
Terrible, isn't it? I mean, even
insinuated-
Brian Cox wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, it's also that Freudian thing, isn't it? What blind dates are you going on where you meet a serial killer, but happen to just be wandering around your back garden that's now in your front door?
You don't want a serial killer out your back alley, that's
one hell of a story. Now, he went on, I think, because this is the thing. Guess who's scared? That's what I was going to say, is that, this what's going on with the fear economy here? What's with the fear mechanics?
It's not really out there, is it? It's there if you look for it, this. Any mainstream news, even on a quiet down ITV news or Sly News, right at the tail end, the drop dead donkey moment, there's not even... And news for space travellers. Yeah. Nothing's been said about it. Very, very quiet. So the fear economy, I would say, it's fairly low, unless you're Avi Loeb on the stock market.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And he's going to have a 9/11 moment and bet against American Airlines.
Well, yeah, it's the thing. And the black swan, the use of that term and things But, there's a little bit more of him in here.
What should we be preparing for? You mentioned the stock market. Is there anything we can do to kind of brace?
The stock market.
Sell, buy.
Yeah, I mean, again, obviously it's scripted, right? But they're biting. They're biting for the stock market thing, which again, in the past when we've had, I don't know, there's this event in 2001 that really, really affected the stock market.
Yeah.
There's all these weird little things leading up to that event that kind of insinuated there might be something coming either to a particular financial district in New York or the stock market as a whole,
Absolutely.
right? And now we have this.
Yeah.
For a rock, essentially.
It would be interesting, I say, to watch happening in the markets.
Well, yes.
Because they probably know more than we do.
For this, because that could potentially be terrifying or even catastrophic.
I'm scared.
Yeah,
For sure.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, in the context of intelligence agencies, they are always prepared for low probability events with huge implications, because when you don't prepare for that, you are surprised, and that could be quite dangerous. However, we were never prepared for this kind of a scenario. We always thought about rocks coming from the sky. These are meteors, and I completely agree with you that we should
I'm getting
change.
Asterix feels. You know what I mean? You remember in Asterix where it's fearing the rocks falling from the sky? Or the sky
We
falling on their
address,
head?
because right now we are entering a new era. There is the Rubin Observatory in Chile that will find interstellar visitors every few months, and so we should be ready for such a situation. And the question is, what kind of plan should we make in case we notice some alien technology? I sent a white paper submitted to the United Nations, the International Astronomical Union, bringing up this point.
Last week we mentioned that. Yeah. That if you want to go back and check in last week's podcast, and we also referenced Dobsonian Power, who covered this as well. There was the update to the first contact protocol, right? And Avi Loeb there mentioning that he sent a white paper to the United Nations, who are the guys that are implied in that new protocol to be the only people that are allowed to communicate with an alien species if they
Well, it would make sense rather than Trump, wouldn't it, really?
His
Diplomacy's probably not been the best of recent, has it, really?
No, it's really
Gonna
great.
Stop the war.
We got the aliens, they've come down, we've done a deal, we're going to build ourselves a Riviera on their planet. I just want to say this couldn't have been done without you. Get up, Miriam. Get up, Miriam.
She's always
Roger love
involved.
more, Miriam. Earth for the aliens. It's going to be huge. That would be fun. Actually, you know, again, there's so many things that you could pull out of this. Like, for example, you know, Mars attacks. You know, like, he could be the ideal president for a Mars attack situation.
He's the old new
you know.
president for something, not quite sure
Well,
what, though.
Yeah, well, I think Miriam does.
I think she does, yeah,
Good
keeping
idea.
her husband out.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
We'll get there.
Let's let Avi finish on
We
his.
should be
Go on,
better
Avi, get in there, my
prepared.
friend. Get in.
But I do think, you know, realistically speaking, that the politicians will take it seriously after the first encounter, and then, you know, we will have to.
I think politicians would take it seriously after the first encounter. I'm pretty sure you would. You know, it's like we were saying about the awfuls, like last week, right? The affluent white female liberals, right? They're like all for let's flood any given like small sleepy suburb or village with like infinity undocumented men of fighting age from I don't know Eritrea or something like that. And, like, you know, they don't take it seriously. But their first encounter where they get the crap beaten out of them or being told, like last week.
They suddenly understand.
Suddenly we understand.
They get it.
It seems as though the politicians are all the same, man.
Yeah.
It's not until, like, an alien just turns up and literally wipes us out of the planet before they'll take it seriously. Okay, Avi.
An alert system that includes probes in the outer solar system that alert us to any incoming technological object, and then we have to decide how to deal with it. Should we intercept them? And my view on that is that it really depends on the details of what these visitors are. You know, we have to figure them out.
I would think so. I would think it would, right?
Make
a big difference, that.
Possible about them, and, you know, come close to any of them and take some close-up photographs to infer what they are about. And but it may well be that, you know, if they are representing technologies far more advanced than ours, that we won't be able to do much, and then it will introduce a lot of uncertainty about the implications. And you know, it's something we haven't discussed in the past, but now I think we should.
I think
He's lost them. I mean, look at their blank faces.
Yeah, they are.
That
like
is above their pay grade.
Yeah.
Several levels above their pay grade.
But notice how quickly she's like, I'm scared.
Yeah.
It's like, because my husband, you know, has all of those, you know, various derivatives across the globe, and, you know, little holding account out there in the Maldives, you know. But yeah, so there's Avi, and, like, I mean, that was a bit of a soup of very little, wasn't it?
Yeah,
really?
It was. People that can talk for 10 minutes and tell you very little.
Yeah.
Any substance.
It really wasn't substantive. And, yeah, it just leaves you, again, with more questions than anything else. So we're not getting anything substantially interesting from even someone like Avi. I mean, like, essentially all he's saying is, like,
we don't know what it is.
We don't know what it is, but hey, why not fuel the fire of... Because I said this to a good lady driver, like, this morning, actually. It's like, back in the day, you used to have the National Enquirer or News of the World or whatever, right?
Yeah. Well, you got the Sun. That's hiding behind the Sun.
Well, yeah, exactly, yeah. But, like, no, there's also this website that was called Before It's News.
Yeah.
And it was just, like, full of the craziest nonsense, like Nibiru, Planet X, all this stuff. And like, there's always a silly season, isn't it? Like this time of year is usually silly season when these things crank up. And I'm looking around, I'm like, hold on a second, like it's gone mainstream.
Yeah,
it's actually gone mainstream because like now we've got like these fairly. I mean, look, they're valid ideals and valid suggestions and valid propositions. But again, it's like, but we've already got all this stuff out there that should have been looking at it.
Yeah,
and
what do we put that
studying
stuff
it.
up there for?
Give us the information.
Yeah.
Like, just give us the damn info and, like, start disseminating that info. And, yeah, it just, again, the mainstream does seem to be, for a start, like I say, of questionable, like, authority over what they're speaking. And also of questionable information on what they're, they're questionably informed.
Yeah.
And we'll try and breeze through quickly, like with Michio Kaku here. There's another face that people will probably recognise. Michio Kaku is being all over the place, talking about all sorts of things, despite the fact his specialism doesn't necessarily apply to it, like so many other people. Who's the other one? Tyson DeGrassi, what's his face? Yeah, like that guy who literally has no real business speaking scientifically about anything. But Michio Kaku, he's had like quite an illustrious career. He's been on Discovery Channel.
Yeah.
He's a face people recognise. So here we are with Tiago Dobsonian Power, we were talking about last week and watched last week, and he's following it right now with his scopes. His scopes are up there, like waiting for any moment to see anything.
Yeah.
You know, when a lot of the pictures he's produced, even that we watched last week, are better than what NASA's been putting out.
Well, they've been releasing anyway.
Yeah,
Probably got a full HD version.
Well, that's the thing. That like, I think didn't Avi even like say it there? Like, these are extremely high resolution cameras on high rise, but we haven't seen them yet.
Yeah.
Instead of shouting out why, he's just saying, no, we just haven't seen them.
Yeah,
like,
they're just waiting to polish them, burnish them a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, if you're one of these boss men of the industry or the field, then surely you should be kicking up a fuss and saying, why aren't we getting the data? Yeah, let's see what Michio has to say about
Quantum Supremacy, Michio Kaku. So this mystery object has been added to the International Asteroid Warning Network. Okay,
so where do we start with? Doomsaying again, right?
Exactly.
International Asteroid Warning Network. Okay,
that's the one.
And just for people for the knowledge or lack of knowledge of what that is, it's a system that just warns you about stuff that might, potentially collide with Earth.
Yes. Which there's been numerous things.
Yeah, but again, if we take like the trajectory that we just saw in Avi Loeb's video, there, this thing's heading out towards Jupiter,
yeah,
right?
Not got a chance.
So how is it going to suddenly whip into us?
No, well, because it's been steered by the aliens, of course.
Well,
bit of reverse.
Well, let's. I would say let's hear Michio say that. But,
for the ones that don't know, weird things are being happening, and even the planetary defense system was activated right now. He's talking about that. He didn't tell the name, but he's talking about that. When you will listen, Michu, when he talk about now we will track from the Perihelion that will be in the 29. He says 30. For some people will be 29 to 30, more or less there. Another clue that they don't have a clue about the position, exact position. So they activated the planetary system. So they asked for help. NASA asked for help for astronomers to help them to track the movement. Astrometry, it's what they are going to do, is to track the movements, the speed, if it breaks or not, if it, the shape of it, if it's possible, and the orbit.
Let's clarify, and apologies for the sound there. It might have been a bit loud when Tiago came straight in there. So did you hear what he said there? They're asking amateurs to perform astrometry.
Yeah.
Why?
Do we not have the correct people and
places to do that? You could go down the path of all our satellites and rovers and landers are all just bullshit. That is one thing that people out there have been suggesting.
Are we putting the moon landings now? So
we will get back to that on another episode. You mentioned it last episode already, right? But seriously, again, we're getting to a limit here. I know NASA is shut down. You've got a government shut down. Well, again, with Trump and his pride over the Space Force and dominating space, so we're going to build a Riviera on the moon. You know, it's all about Rivieras with him, man.
He loves a Riviera.
Vegas to the moon, baby. Let's go.
The thing is, though, these things shut down. It makes me laugh, like in this country, Parliament closed for summer.
Yeah.
So they're running the country. There can be riots. There can be all sorts of mayhem. No, we're on holiday. We're on holiday, Bobs, mate.
Them, yeah,
no,
yeah,
we're not. We're not coming back. Wait till mid-October. We'll come back mid-October. And
yeah, like I mean, the fact that they even get like a holiday of that nature is ridiculous. You know, it's just but no. I mean,
we digress.
What I'm getting at there, though, we've got the ESA, we've got the CSO, the Chinese, you know, space agent. Russia have stuff, like Afghanistan have stuff, bro. Like, you know, like, and Kazakhstan has like a huge launch pad.
But do you think it's a case of none of these countries actually want to admit what they can see?
This is the interesting thing. This is again why this is fueling so much. And like I say, there's like a hyperbole economy behind it and a fear economy behind it that I'm finding just absolutely crazy, because it's like this thing is a rock. But we'll continue. I might skip like to the end of this video because it's just crazy.
So they will try to, now that after that closest approach on the 29th, in November, it will start to be visible again from regular telescopes, not solar. We will be watching you live, guys, with my telescope or Chris Green from Texas, that is our explorer that usually collaborates here with me. And we will show you the pictures, unless it's super cloudy there on Texas, here as well, and we have nobody, you know. But if it's possible, we will show you real-time views again of 3i Atlas after Perihelion. If it passes, as I think it will do.
And I would suggest you do. Like, this guy's got good content and a range of telescopes, and the other explorers that he talks about, they also have some pretty incredible equipment. You're going to get better information than NASA.
Probes or whatever. It's a bit risky to tell that. It's a bit bold. I won't tell that. Actually, I think they will not send anything. It's a probe, and that's it.
That's the first interstellar object ever to make that list. So I got to ask you, what the heck is 3i Atlas, and why the clouds of mystery around it? NASA's like tight-lipped.
Well, let me tell you,
why do you
I don't know. Well, well, I mean, that could be the other aspect, right? Is like, because they don't have a damn clue, maybe they don't want to talk about it and just prove that they don't have a damn clue what the hell it is.
No one's got a clue, have they? This is the thing.
A split in the astronomical community.
The two sides. But I think it's not as he's saying, because they said it was a comet. Now I'm seeing mainstream people saying, because it can be an asteroid. No. You said it was a comet, 100%, since the first day. Actually, it has a designation C/2025 N1. That's the designation as placed in the first minute, in July, in the 1st of July. So we can eat that narrative like that, swallow. It's a comet, period, go away. But they forgot that we search for the truth. And the truth is that it has 14 anomalies, 15 now.
And it's going to come through our solar system for the first time and then come whizzing back out again. It's the third known object from outside our solar system. So what's the fuss? Another faction, however, says, now, wait a minute. Perhaps this is a visitor.
Look how he changes. He spent 1 second in the mainstream, because they have no argument. What's the fuss?
Right.
The fuss?
I mean, in one sense, he has a point there, like, he very quickly breezes over. But again, it's like, it could just be, again, like, this narrative they want to push on it. Like, because, again, listen to Michio, look at his face and, like, the way he's sat. This guy's reading the script, man. And it seems to be a very similar script to Avi Loeb's one as well, you know?
15 fusses here.
Yeah, 15 fusses. So the 15 anomalies, including all the stuff we mentioned last week with the different like compositions of it and like the gases are changing colour, etc.
An intelligent visitor from another solar system. And perhaps this week we could have a test of it. That's right.
We can have a test of it. Pay attention to this. We can have a test of it. A test.
This week, it turns out that the asteroid or comet will be whizzing around our sun. And if
Wait. An asteroid or a comet? Isn't it a comet? You were saying all this time.
Again, like, this is a valid point.
Yeah.
Up until this point, in this last 24, 48 hours, has been a comet.
Yeah.
Categorically. But now, asteroid or comet, both of them have said that now.
Yeah.
So you see, again, this lockstep narrative thing going on.
Liars. Don't lie to us. We are not idiots.
it picks up extra energy on its flyby, that would clinch it. That means there's extraterrestrial intelligence involved. So watch for it. On October 30th.
You know,
Watch for it.
I'm gonna slightly challenge that as well, right? Just because it picks up, so again, define what he means. Picking up energy or momentum, acceleration, velocity, right? If it accelerates out from the sun, again, does that really indicate that someone deliberately steered into it and boosted out, or could it actually be
this
thing's doing 30 miles a second, bro? Like, it's the fastest thing we've seen come through. That's pretty damn fast to be.
We don't know how it's going to behave. You know how certain things behave.
Think of it this way, like, you know how you skim a stone off of the sea. Imagine like something coming in so fast that like it's the fastest thing to come through our solar system like that. And it hits the gravity of the sun, but it's just like, wait, I can take a 3-degree angle change and go straight out the other end with a bit of speed.
Yeah.
No alien interaction whatsoever. No intellect or intelligent interference whatsoever. So again, this is kind of a reach in some aspects.
Starting then, we're going to track it to see whether it gets an extra boost of energy. If so,
we will track it to see if it will have an extra boost of energy. What he's talking about is precisely one of the anomalies I said to you. That position behind the sun, not hidden, but behind the sun, that closest approach that will happen in 3 days means, on physics, means that is the fastest moment with the fastest speed that the object has, 3i Atlas, and at the same time, it's the lower power of the sun in that moment because of the gravity, and they are closest. So the sun will have less power in that moment, and 3i Atlas will have the gravity assist, they call, the opportunity with that high speed to boost and do a slingshot effect. It's crazy, guys.
Now I'm just going to jump to the end here because this is quite a long video, but I think we're getting
the possibility and knowledge to know that a human probe, was crossing their sky. Probably.
So what he's saying here at the end here is that basically, and this I subscribe to this a little bit as well because immediately I thought the Star Trek 4 birth minute. Obviously, they use it to go back in time, but also Star Trek 1 and the probe in Star Trek 4 that we mentioned last week. They're coming through. Now, Star Trek 1, the principle was it was Voyager, right? We sent Voyager out, which, funnily enough, is the direction this thing's coming from, where we sent the Voyager probe, Voyager 1 out to, right? And obviously, Voyager returns and it's looking for the creator. Are you the creator? I need the creator. Yeah, and the thing is, it's built along the way. Like it's gained knowledge, it's gained technology, and all of that. And what Tiago's saying here is that essentially, what's to say that Voyager, millions of years in the future, doesn't do exactly the same thing? Flies through one of their solar systems, but they haven't got the opportunity to observe it. And like, even if they could observe it, they don't have the opportunity to communicate with it or anything like that. It would be exactly the same principle as what we're seeing here, right? So I'll let them just finish that up.
Unique moment, and they lost the chance of knowing that they are not alone in the universe because the guy that was stubborn and didn't want to open the mind for the possibility of that probe that was alien for them. It was human, so alien for them. And the guy was stubborn and didn't want to check. So they lost that opportunity.
They lost that opportunity. So briefly, that's basically what he was getting at. Is that, Voyager goes past, and they didn't have the technology, or if they did have the technology as he was finishing there, having people that are so arrogant that they think they know better, so they don't release the information.
Yeah,
it takes me back to who was it? Was it Galileo?
Back on Queen again, aren't we?
Figaro.
Yeah.
But do you know the story of Galileo? How he was basically regarded as a heretic, and he was saying, this is how the planets are, and there's an extra planet, and there's solar system and all that. And they're like, you're mental, and shut you down.
There's a lot to it,
and an awful lot of his stuff was also destroyed. And again. Interesting fact is to remember who did this. It was the church.
Yes.
Yeah, it was the church slamming down and saying it's blasphemous,
Yeah. Questions God or a higher being or a greater force.
Well, again,
goes.
This is a big factor to all of this 3i Atlas thing as well. As a lot of people have been going, it's prophecy, relating it to seeing stars in the sky and men dreaming. Like in Revelation, which again will tie into the Charlie Kirk thing, and the burning of the red heifers that we mentioned last week as well. So there you go.
We look into the. I was talking about this the other week. Still watching this ancient apocalypse thing on Discovery. The Mayan calendar.
Yes,
was saying in a window of 80 years, and we're in this window now. There's the fourth incarnation of the planet. It's the third. That was the third world we're in at the moment, and this is going to be the fourth. There's going to be a major apocalypse. So if you believe all that, and they weren't silly. You look at some of the stuff they did. Everything aligns. Yeah, all these things in the world when they were supposed to be subhuman and very basic people. Went to the bother of aligning everything, so when the summer solstice comes up, it shines through the window, hits a precise corner in a temple.
Stonehenge.
Very, very clever. Very clever people.
Yeah, indeed. But when it comes to this, I mean, I don't know, like I said, I'm looking out the window, I'm not seeing an awful lot. I mean, people are still attributing the weather that we're seeing. Obviously, there's that terrible storm going on in Jamaica that's just wiping that out. Yeah. And
it always happens, doesn't it? You always get.
Well, we've had an awful lot of coronal mass ejection events as well, which have linked in with 3i Atlas. And they're saying, we could have blackouts and all this, but as far as I'm aware, we're still online. We're still live. Yeah, things are still happening. So
we're not going to be plunged in the dark ages just yet. I don't think.
But I mean, that's just a bit there to sort of go, well, it's kind of here and it's kind of going. I feel like it's kind of here, it's kind of going. Yeah, we're probably not really ever going to get anything satisfactory out of this.
It'll come and go before we know about it. They won't have discovered anything about it.
If they do have anything to follow it up on, I reckon it's going to be, well, we actually collected a lot of great data on this thing, and here it is retrospectively. But I don't think at this stage. Hey, I could be proven wrong. Between. Right now and tomorrow this time, something may have happened. It may have come all the way around the sun, to handbrake turn towards us. But, right now, I feel if there is any life on that thing, it's Crichton saying, "You sure, sir? That does mean changing the light bulb to blue." And they're on their way home, So, but that I think that fairly much wraps
I think it does.
There's not really much going on with it.
In lieu of the stock market collapsing, and that's not saying anything.
Yeah, exactly. To blame it on 3i Atlas is certainly an interesting play. It's a bold play.
It says blame on COVID, doesn't it?
Well, that did work as well, didn't it?
So Ukraine and the oil prices and invasion of Russia. Sort of
yeah. Well, we'll get there.
We'll get there.
So
we'll still be this time next week. No worries about that.
So, we'll see. We'll see. I never say never, but honestly, I do honestly think this is just like a piece of space junk that's heading out the other way with really interesting properties. Again, it would be nice if we actually did properly study it. And get some actual proper information out of it. Instead of this hyperbolicism, which is a recurring theme in tonight's show, because our next segment is going to be very much about hyperbolic reaction, hyperbolicism in the UK. Because this week Well, you mentioned this one because obviously I've been away at my brother's wedding. I was checking in where I could with the shocking internet connection we had there. But you brought this one up, so
well, it's something that I've noticed for a long time, and you go down this avenue. If you say anything, you're racist.
Mm-hmm.
You're damn. You could ignore it. You could totally ignore it. But this has been going on for the last 18 months to 2 years. I've been noticing it more and more and more, and it was verbalised by none other than Reform MP last week.
Mm-hmm.
We had the week before the Tory or the Labour that went out to Birmingham and said they couldn't see a single white face up there.
Yeah.
Oh, this is all inclusivity.
Week,
So Reform went one step further and said, "Have you noticed the TV adverts these days?
Well, I think
not a single white face on them anymore. Or they're mixed race families. You got the Flash advert. You got the black mother, the white husband, and in between, probably a Chinese child. They're very oddly mixed
families that seem to have been put together by
run out of people in
United
central
Nations
casting.
DEI coordinator or the United Council of Benetton. I do think though, like, context is important, right?
Yeah.
Because this is a factor. Because like I say, like I've been playing catch up this week, so I've been rushing through trying to get all the clips together and everything. So this is Sarah Potin.
I couldn't remember her name. I was saying
Sarah
Reform
Potin.
MP.
Yeah, who is with Reform. It would appear. And
how much longer we don't know.
That's the thing. Well, again, this is the thing as well, is from reporting I saw of it briefly while I was away, and getting, between that and getting back, I saw like the reactions. And then I got the clip, and I'm like, okay, so context. Context is it? Well, this is the thing. If you were to take it on face value, what we're looking at here is a report that basically this woman just went off on one, right? But let's actually watch what happened, because I think, again, context is important.
Everything.
And again, this doesn't necessarily... That's not an argument to what the people are complaining about, right? And we'll get onto that in a minute. But like I say, context is important. Let's see what it was that actually happened with Sarah Potin.
Callers, let's start with Stuart in London. Stuart, what would you like to ask Sarah Potin?
Yeah, good morning, Sarah. Good morning, Peter.
Morning.
A bit left field, this one, but I think it's creepingly important. Would Reform do anything to look at the representation of the demographics of TV and public advertising? Because
so let me pause straight away.
He did bring that up.
Thank you. That was my very first thing that clocked the minute I started this. I was like, wait, hold on a second. This is cool.
Where has she said this? Where has she done a public statement saying, I'm sick of the state of the TV advertising?
Yep. It's very easy to cherry pick stuff, right? And even with the smallest clip either side of a trim, either side of something,
you can
completely recontextualize it, like you were saying last week. And admittedly, we do it as well in the interest of brevity, but we do try to explain where we've made those clips and whatever. And even in the post edits, the shortening bits, like we're not trying to clip out anything that's like actually relevant. It's more like just where I'm fiddling around, like messing around with the cameras or doing something. Yeah, exactly, frequently. So there we go, straight away. This is actually a question from ostensibly a member of the public. And again, I'm going to extend to say this, right? Not this is a defence again, but this is just a reality. Is that who's the guy phoning in?
Is it a
we
plant?
have no idea.
Is it question time audience member?
It could potentially be. Yeah, exactly.
Stuart from London.
It could very much be. But at the same time, there's a certain side to this caller that makes me think he probably is genuine, but he's also kind of deliberately asking this question, yes, because he knows exactly where it's going. But yeah, let's follow it.
We're getting to the point now where adverts don't represent what this country looks like, and actually positive demonisation of white people, just portrayed as criminals or inadequate when they're not portrayed anywhere else. Now, the reason why this is important, we got a case of art imitates life, because we're getting to the point where a number of my friends think that we're being discriminated like in employment markets because white men are seen as useless and whatever and just invisible. And there's one financial institution which coincidentally uses
this one I like.
Strikingly similar image of Nigel in their advertising for an incompetent, useless, arrogant white male. I just wondered if that's
Okay,
So, for anyone out there that doesn't know the UK, we got an advert for a bank. Is it Nationwide?
I think
It's
so,
Nationwide Building Society. I'll give them credit for this as well, because as soon as I saw it, I instantly went, "That's Nigel Farage's suit." You know that suit he wears, like the stereotype, like Canary Wharf banker.
Yeah.
And the guy, he's not wrong. They modelled him on it, and the thing is, he is actually like this. Like we say so often, stereotypes exist for a reason, and I'll freely say as well is that stereotypes exist in all directions. So, I mean, if you're going to accept one set, you got to accept the other, and I'm going to happily accept the white stereotype.
Could they stereotype in whatever fashion a bloke in dreadlocks smoking weed and saying that's a generalisation of someone that works down the market in Camden or something?
Father Ted. Like, all of Father Ted is a complete like stereotype. Like Rabsy Nesbitt.
But again, it's
Alf
white
Garner.
people being stereotyped.
This is one of the things. Is like, you know, if you go back, this is often the case, and you go back, it's like things haven't actually been the way people reflect on them. And as I say, I've just mentioned a bunch of shows there that, like, absolutely pander to the white stereotype, the British stereotype. And stuff.
Victor Meldrew, the grumpy old white man.
Yeah. What was it? El Dorado.
Oh my God! The token woman in the wheelchair in El Dorado. What was she doing in there?
That show.
I didn't see a single Spaniard in El Dorado.
That show was by Verity Lambert. You know what else?
Yes.
Doctor Who.
Yes. Unbelievable. We digress.
Yes, but here we go.
Massively.
Okay, Stuart, stay where you are. Sarah, what do you think of what Stuart's saying? What would Reform UK do about it, if anything?
I think Stuart's absolutely right. Drives me mad when I see adverts full of black people, full of Asian people, full of, people that basically are anything.
What's wrong with that, Sarah?
Let's cut that bit into context or out of context.
The thing is, I did want that meme, with Captain Picard face palming and then the entire audience face palming.
She's just...
Your choice of words.
She's giving that soundbite.
Yeah, that choice of words, though.
Yeah.
That choice of words. And the thing is, I'm pretty sure she's not trying deliberately to use that particular sequence of words, but it came out.
The thing is, though, isn't that refreshing? You get on Question Time. I hate to mention, I can't stand Question Time, but you get on there, they ask a question. Well, I'll make one thing perfectly clear, and they don't.
Yeah.
Go around the subject completely.
No,
answer the sodding question. Yeah. And she's hit it. She's hit that head on. Cack-handedly, admittedly.
Yeah. It's not the diplomatic way to answer, but like she's kind of directly hitting. But the thing is, as well, I mean, we'll watch a bit more, but like, I mean, she's
chuck herself under the bus completely.
Wrong with that.
Well, it doesn't reflect our society, and I feel that your average white person, average white family is like I agree with you, Stuart, not represented anymore in
there are lots
TV
of white people on
advertising.
television, Sarah, or there are not. There are lots of white people. There are lots of white men. There are lots of white women.
We're talking about adverts, and how many times do you look at a TV advert and you think there's not a single white person on it? And actually, it is.
To be fair, that's not the first thing that comes onto my mind. Like whenever adverts come on, my first point is to just turn them off anyway. I do not give a flying F about any of your adverts, right? But I mean, again.
Because I believe of the woke liberati that goes on inside, this sort of like in the arty-farty world, when it comes to, northern towns like Runcorn that I represent, I mean, it's just not representative of the rest of the country. Might be fine inside the M25, but it's definitely not representative of the rest of the country. And actually, you know what, people, I'm hearing this more and more, people notice, and people will switch off.
That's what don't notice. BBC. It's dangerous. You're not allowed to notice things, people.
Who watches Newsnight anymore? Nobody.
Well, their ratings have gone up actually at Newsnight, Sarah, but it's an interesting one. Listen, thank you, Stuart. Quick response from you.
Yeah, I just think that it's not a flippant issue. I'm not saying Sarah said it was flippant or you are, but it's a question of this is going seriously in society where white people and particularly white men are being demonised and I think discriminated against.
Okay,
I agree, and I agree. It happens in the jobs market as well. I totally agree.
Very quickly,
so there you go. There's Sarah Pockin. And that's so. Like I say, context is important. This is a question from the public.
Allegedly,
and it's alleged, or it could be interpreted that this is a question from someone that's actually thinking of voting reform, has an opinion that he believes reform is backing, you know, and Putin just does actually quite a astute job of just jumping on that and going, right, I know what you want to hear, yeah, I'm going straight
quite
forward.
unpolitician-like, actually answering the question.
Yeah, problem being, not just like obvious political issues of making a statement like that. You can't just, you know, literally call it how it is. But again, like this, for one thing, it's distraction. We'll get back to why it's distraction in a minute, but also it's so reductive, right? Like, basically, this has obviously happened. It's not unnoticeable.
No.
You notice it everywhere, and people have been very proud about it. Channel 4. I mean, look, and again, this is just an observation, okay, of situational fact that I've lived through. Watching Channel 4. And occasionally you'll get a Trinidadian lady on. And you know, my West Indian people out there and my Jamaican people, yeah, you know what I'm talking about when a Trinidadian starts trying to say anything. They even did a joke of it themselves on The Real McCoy, where they do the BBC programmes translated for a week. Yeah, and they have one of them where it's like Doctor Who, and it's like, yeah, not Dalek, and all this stuff. And he comes around and goes, well, and people are wondering what, well, lad. That was for our Trinidadian viewers, because it's such a randomised patois and whatever. Yeah. Okay, so again, I'm not blowing this out my ass. You know, this is a thing, and yeah, it is everywhere. I mean, remember the Bovril advert, Bovril family? Yeah, was it Bovril or Bisto? Sorry, Bisto. Yes. Sorry, not Bovril, Bisto. You know, again, people are kind of like thinking of that, and they're also thinking of this pervasive thing where, they're not wrong, right? In advertising, I pointed this out a while ago, where the dads just couldn't ever seem to be.
Oh no, we were useless. We were useless. Yeah. We couldn't wash up. We couldn't work a washing machine.
Couldn't start your car without getting stuck in the mud, and then couldn't get it out the mud or change the wheel while the women sitting in there laughing at you. Remember that advert?
Yeah,
like,
that's it.
You know, so that's valid.
Couldn't read a map. The women had to read the map and ask for directions. So yeah, we've been put under for a comedy effect for years.
Yeah, and the thing is, again, I don't have a problem with that. Like, everyone can get like evenly like rip the mick out of. Right? We can do that evenly, but like, I think one of the other big problems here is that I think people forget where this really kind of comes from. It really stems from, and we'll come back to this again in a bit, like in another subject. Is corporation wars? Okay, like the market was there back in the day before TV. And then TV or radio even. And radio comes along, you got like radio advertising. So you can expand your market to the people who are well off enough to have radios. And then that filters into the people well enough to have TVs. And once you've got like blanket coverage of radio and TV, then you got to start looking at how we're going to target other demographics, right? You've already got all of the people that are were early adopters and all of that. Now we need to start getting into niches, right? And that's where you start getting things like the rock radio, dedicated to all rock all the time, and then they capture all that market, and you go through the years, you end up with things like rock and wrestling connection, things like that, where it's broadening out even more. How can we draw people, because that was an MTV thing, right? Rock and wrestling, and that teamed up with WWE or WWF at the time, and again it's trying to draw in more demographic. Thing is, there's a finite demographic level you can reach before it peters out.
And I think now, you were saying just now about you don't watch adverts because you a lot of us now, how we consume watching things
is completely different, isn't it?
It's Netflix, for example. You get probably one token advert for Volvo, who are sponsoring the show. And that's it. Because we don't watch adverts. So probably, rightly or wrongly, the demographic now is the people that don't watch Netflix, don't watch box sets, are probably the older people. Like, sit down and watch Corey Street past 7.
Again, this is where a lot of the DEI and wokers come from, right? Is that corporations need to be selling to ever slimmer margins, right? Look, one could argue, funk, soul, hip hop, rap, targeting the black market, right? And by black market, I mean obviously, people of Afro-Caribbean descent, like not as in underground marketing, but again, although over there, and we will get back to that later as well, because again, that links in because. That whole market has been controlled. Anyone knows anything about Motown, the history of funk, soul, hip hop, rap, P. Diddy, any of that? We'll be tying that back in a little bit later. But this is what I mean. Like, this is where this stuff has inherently come from. Is actually trying. Now we've got that market. We need to target the next market, and that's where all of the massive explosion in like ever more finite groups in gaming and films is, where a lot of people are complaining about the wokeness. Woke is kind of like, this fits into that bracket.
Totally.
Is basically trying to appeal to ever slimmer groups of people, where now you've got movies that are entirely dedicated to, for example, you know, the trans market, right? That, again, these things can exist. Look, Pink Flamingos exists, right? That Roger Waters film, is it? Yeah. And I've seen that, you know, and it exists. It probably shouldn't, but it does.
A lot of things shouldn't exist.
Like, you know, fair enough. You know, but it shouldn't become the mainstream when literally 99% of people, and I mean, actually, in the case of Pink Flamingos, 110% of people do not want to see that film, right? But they're still that's the problem. They're still forcing that.
You've got to watch when you again talk about going to Netflix and box sets and some of the series. The warnings up the top of the screen now.
Yeah.
Drug misuse, mild swearing,
before,
smoking. You're going to have the whole screen littered with these words in case they might offend somebody.
Yeah.
So a dog runs out in front of a car, better put that on there. Peril for a dog.
Yeah.
What?
So I think like this particular situation here, and sorry to blow anyone's bubble, I thought I was going to go on the next rant about this, but no, I mean, to be honest, I think this is a non-issue. I think this is a distraction. Yeah. And I think this is a big distraction.
We've got nothing else to moan about.
Well, no, we got plenty to moan about.
We have.
That's the thing. That's where the distraction comes in, because meanwhile, right, while that's going on, and seriously, people lost their cookies over this, man.
Yeah.
Like Starmer was talking about it. Sarah herself had to post a retraction, an apology for it. Zia Youssef has clearly been in and said, look, absolutely not.
Yeah.
And again, this comes back to what I keep saying to people: reform are not the way, and I would wager advance are not the way either. These are all still the same politicians of varying degrees, and they're still going to play these games. They're going to go, here's what you want to hear. Yep. Oh no, we got in trouble for that. Retract it.
Yeah.
We'll deport everyone. Like, I mean, like, look, you see that Irish guy that was like bloody quoting Hitler, and like talk about how reform aren't going far enough. And I'm like, again, this is where I was saying, the window is getting pushed further and further and further because no one's trying to keep it to the rational, freaking logical centre. This is what we get.
But it's just so easy. It's lazy politics. Every time you mention reform, you've got to mention right-wing Nazis and Hitler.
Yeah, it's insane. And like I say,
who's saying that Starmer's any better with his national ID cards?
This is the
and
thing.
all this stuff of controlling people and curfews and
so all this vitriol, all this craziness, all this hyperbole slung at her, right? Meanwhile, what's Starmer proposing for the migrants right now that we were following last week, again tying into last week's story?
Well, he's now gonna, if we're talking about the same thing, he's gonna let them trash army barracks.
So yeah, like,
which, if you've ever been involved with army families, when the family enters and leaves that accommodation, no word of a lie, someone goes around with a white glove and checks top of the door frames and checks everything is tied down, painted back to being white again, clean, sparkly, brand new, and if not, you get a major bollocking. Is this going to happen when the migrants
I mean, apparently they've already done this and it didn't work out and they shut it down. But this week, and again, I had time to grab this
costs even more money.
Starmer is out there saying and announcing up to 900 of them are to be moved into a disused military base in East Sussex, right? And he's quoted as saying that, like, this is a great thing, and we should be looking
for the people
to do
of East
this.
Sussex. I don't think.
Well, he was saying we should be looking to do this wherever we can with our military bases that aren't in use. And again, I was like, after the Bell Hotel thing, right, where there was that alleged imagery coming out on Instagram from the guy in the hotel who allegedly had weaponry, right? And again, the whole concern that people have that, like, one of the key things with our security, our national security and our defence is the fact that we're an island, right? And many people have tried to get on this island. And they haven't done so well at it. Well, no, the thing is, in a direct military conflict, they've never done so well. And the big worry, in a way, is how do you get around that? You bring them in under the cover of night, like 2:30 in the morning, on ding you a bus, as we may have seen last week, and you train them here. And once they're trained here, you release them, like we were talking with Operation Scatter. Which is exactly what is going on. And if you're, like we said last week, if you're trying to tell people we are not bringing in a whole bunch of like these fellas that are fighting AIDS to put them in army barracks and train them, you ain't doing a good job of it.
Can you imagine it? They get on this boat. They go, "Oh, we just avoided all the tyranny and the subscription over in our country, conscription over into our country. We're going to avoid being put into the army and in some barracks and mate again."
But like, train up here and off they go. You know, and this is a great cover up right here. This Protestant thing is a great cover up, right?
But wait, there's more.
Right, there's more because, of course, we've got 50 Sadiq.
Yes.
Right? And let me see if this is up here. Here we go.
And I do actually mean brace.
Sadiq, right? And again, like I say, all this hyperbole over Sarah Potin, basically just observing a very ambulatory observation that is, right? It's like you couldn't be walking slow if you tried by just going, I watch TV and it doesn't represent like what I feel Britain is, right? This is covering up Sadiq, right? Who? So, what do you know about the accusations falling out this week with Sadiq, or the revelations with Sadiq?
Not a lot.
Right. So,
I read on to that one.
So, there's been a publication now. I can't remember if it was the Standard or the Mail. Can't remember which particular crap rag it was, right? There's one of the mainstream media
Daily
crap rags.
Antics.
And again, you know, I said we're kind of living in a world where before it news has suddenly become the mainstream. And I do wonder if this has been brought to the mainstream deliberately as them, you know, we watched the Channel 4 like thing about the asylum hotel investigators last week and that, and we saw them closing ranks and whatever. Oh, hello. Got ourselves some, let me just fix Yeah, we've got a little post there.
Russian by the looks of it.
Yeah, it does look Russian. Unfortunately, I can't translate that right now.
Not.
But hello, greetings.
They agree with Mrs. Pockin.
Yes, yeah, maybe they do. Maybe they do indeed. Yeah. I'll just check if.
All seem to have set the Russians. Someone I'm on, don't I?
Yeah, apparently. So we were quite popular in Russia once. Yeah. But anyway, where was I? I was digressing. Yeah. So John so this John Wedger has been published in mainstream media, basically saying that Sadiq's been covering up gangs. You know, that the type of gangs. I mean, this video is going to mention it anyway. So our YouTube, we're going to be algorithmically challenged again. By
I think we are.
This, okay?
I think, yeah.
And I will warn anyone watching as well, given the nature of these allegations against Khan or allegations of what's been apparently happening for a long time. And
years.
I have to say, my research has been going into this for many, many, many years now, and I'm not unaware of John Wedger. I know this guy, and this is what I mean about like the sort of before it's news, National Enquirer, News of the World sort of becoming mainstream, whether they're testing the waters of seeing if they can claw some people back by bringing someone like John Wedger in. And again, I am not criticising John Wedger's credibility, but he has long been part of what has been regarded as a conspiracy community. He's done an awful lot of work with Sean Atwood, and Sean Atwood obviously has blown the lid on an awful lot of stuff, including Virginia Guthrie, the whole Epstein thing. He went to the house that Andrew was photographed in. I actually watched that live stream live from his mobile, knocking on the door, and then the bloody cleaning lady opening and going, look, there's where Andrew got the photo taken with Ghislaine. And the thing is, like, he's also made commentary and be involved with like some of these that talk about, you know, the Madeleine McCann situation right now.
Well, this is apparently the DNA has proved.
Yeah. So
it isn't, but
again, there's another whole story. There's another whole story there. We will come back to that one at some point because there's a lot more to go into with that one. But we digress. Okay, the shout out to Taz there. So this John Wedger guy has come out and he's been talking about a lot of stuff I've already heard because he's been saying this for years about the gangs.
Yes.
And Sadiq Khan, he's saying, has been covering this up deliberately. and he's insinuating that because of Khan's particular nationality and faith,
his heritage,
maybe something to do with it. Okay, so for anyone that doesn't know, right, he was asked directly about this by an inquiry, was he not?
Yes.
And here's his reaction, and we've got here the podcast of the Lotus Eaters, and again, all of the sources and resources will be in the credits and will be posted in the description after we've finished. But here we have Nate, Mr. H, my boy, down with the podcast of the Lotus Eaters, and he apologises as well. We're going to have to listen to Sadiq Khan and his interrogation over this from a little while
Nor
back.
you all, brace yourself. And I do actually mean brace yourself, because this is probably one of the most infuriating videos, if you haven't seen it, you will ever see.
I asked you this question last week and you found every which way but not to answer it. Just how many grooming gangs have we got in London?
To avoid any misunderstanding, can she define what she means by that?
Yes, if you look at what's gone on in Rotherham, where there are people taking young girls, grooming them for sex, that is what I'm talking about.
We know in London there are issues about...
She couldn't have made it any clearer, could she?
Of young
that question.
She'll try.
People, but they're not as defined by the member in her definition of what those types of gangs are.
So are you saying we haven't got the same sort of gangs that are in Rotherham, Bradford and lots of other places in the country?
Just for you misunderstanding, what does she mean by that?
You know full well what I mean by that. It's all over the television. You know exactly what I mean by that. These gangs of people that are grooming young girls for sex. Do we actually have those in London?
I'm unclear, Chair, what is meant by the question. If she could spell it out, I can answer.
I've just spelled it out.
Probably be in
You're not
power if he
listening.
doesn't understand
It's
a
the sort
simple
of
question
gangs
like that.
groom young girls at a young age for sex. Exactly how much clearer do you want me to be?
Do you want me to show you a picture?
And again, this is what I mean.
It would be like my mum used to say. You'd argue the moon's the sun, or it's what?
It just. How can you not be held for obstruction of justice or I suppose this isn't a trial, but you know, surely there's got to be some sort of retribution for a dude that's there.
If she was trying to be delicate about a situation, but she wasn't.
Well, she
tried to be
she did try to be delicate, and he just took the piss.
These are basically, without saying the people and then ethnicity and their background and surroundings and whatever, pretty much these are men. I use the word men
very loosely.
Exactly. That are befriending underage girls for the benefit of raping them.
Yeah. Essentially.
You can't make it any clearer than that, surely.
He literally said, though, can you spell it out for me? He actually said that. Can you spell it out for me? And
he shouldn't be doing what he's doing.
Do you know, if I had ever been, on trial in court or under investigation by the police for any reason, which thankfully I haven't, right? Because I'm a good boy. But can you imagine if that's the answer I get?
Yeah.
I mean, it gets to the point where I wouldn't blame them to just leave me in the room like Dragnet with Tom Hanks to just smash my nuts in the drawer for 20 minutes until I actually give a bloody answer, right?
Him being in court and ask the question in court under oath.
That's kind of what you need, though,
and he just fannies around.
Like,
did you see the murder? Well, sorry, can you define what you mean by did I see the murder?
Yeah.
Yes. Did your eyes, and go through what your eyes do, they retain an image.
It depends on your definition of the ocular nerve.
Oh,
you see, can we define the ocular nerve? And I mean, my mum used to say to me, I'd make a great lawyer. Because that's the sort of shit I used to do when I was in trouble when I was a kid.
I'd
be wangle around
great
in the most
defense
ridiculous
barrister
way.
for the
I can pretzel anything into complete, a point where they give up. And actually, again, it reminds me. Do you remember that Jam episode, Blue Jam by Chris Morris? It was a series of shorts. One of them is where they run this rental service for stupid people. and you can rent a stupid person, because what you find is
London
like
have.
when you argue with a stupid person, there's a point you get to where you just have to
You
give up because they're
the
never
will
going
to
to get
live.
it. Yeah, and it's the woman goes in, Julia Davis it is, the plays her, goes in. It's like she's getting her car, her husband's car that's been towed.
Yeah.
But she's so stupid, she doesn't understand. It's like, you've got to pay for the car. She's like, oh, you're going to pay me for the car. And it's like, no, you got to pay me. It's like,
Yeah.
why would I pay you?
Yeah, it's
Like,
my
you're the
car.
one who's taking the car.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she goes through that, so the guy just goes, look, I don't care, take the car.
Remember that Paxman thing from years back?
Yes.
But did he threaten to overrule you? But did he threaten to overrule you? And it went like 8 or 9.
Yeah, and then he eventually just said, fine, if you're not
Incarnations
going
of
to
it.
answer the question, screw
Yeah.
you, I won't bother, yeah.
It's
So that dude, that's just and as you can see from the Lotus Eaters, I mean, yeah, it is an inquiry. And Mr. H says his face says it all just like
you're
that.
never gonna get to the bottom of this when we've got tools like this in charge.
Yeah, well, the thing is, right, like they've had a follow up because he was supposed to. He was supposed to produce an oral report, and okay, like
Can you define your definition of an oral report?
Yeah,
please?
well, I'd rather they didn't, because
They did in
the number of
Bradford,
times she
apparently,
says
many
it in this
times.
next clip, man, like, yeah, I'm
Unbelievable.
thinking this is a new drinking game, is like the oral
well,
report drinking
Big
game.
ups,
Like,
quick
here
look
we
at
go.
this. Just more stuff, basically, right?
Here he is again. Yeah, the oral follow up.
I think many of us wanted to hear the oral update on rape gangs, because the mayor has refused to answer questions on the rape gangs on numerous occasions, and I'm sure every one of us wanted to hear his update. So, Mr. Mayor, are you not able to give us an oral update on the rape gangs in London?
We've had this conversation. I can't make the mayor do something that he doesn't want to do.
This isn't right. You were asked by a member for an oral update on rape gangs. You never seem to want to talk about rape gangs. If you were asked for an oral
I wonder
update,
why.
can't you just give an oral update and then the clock starts going after that? Because many people wonder why we don't ask additional questions, and it's because we're on the clock. I will ask a question then. Do you
Convenient,
believe,
isn't it?
Mr. Mayor, that there are grooming gangs now in London?
So, Chair, in London, the vast majority of what we're dealing with is county lines, which involves organised criminal networks moving illegal drugs.
Mr. Mayor, can I stop you? This is the answer you
Sorry,
keep
Mr.
giving.
Mayor, I heard what you were saying, and it'd be entirely remiss for me not to hit you in the head with this baseball bat.
Because
it's
the
utter
bloody
bullshit.
question.
Just answer the Jesus.
Know what a grooming gang is now. Even you must have picked up on what a rape gang is. Perhaps if I put it that way, you'll understand more. Does London have rape gangs in it?
Yes or
In it.
no?
In it, bruv. In it, bruv. Does it? Like, say,
Unbelievable.
Right? So, from that, what, for all intents and purposes, with the reporting, with mainstream media, with Sadiq Khan's own commentary, what can you ascertain? That there aren't any, really,
No,
right?
no.
There's nothing
London
at
is
all.
a safe place. I would be happy if I had a daughter to let her wander through uninhibited through London anytime, day or night, and she'd be safe as houses.
I think someone should tell the Met Police that, because take a look at this.
Because the Metropolitan Police are now reopening not 10 cases, not 100, not even 1,000 cases, even though that would be obviously astronomically high. And one is one too many. They're reviewing and reopening 9,000 grooming gang cases.
Oh, damn it, I've got a Dragon Ball Z quote. Right? Over 9,000! I'll put that in the edit. But damn.
1,000.
Just very quickly to interject, just for anyone who might not know, Met Police just means London Police.
Yeah.
That's just
That's
London.
just London.
Just London.
Also, super important point, it is under the mayor's purview, the Metropolitan Police. He is the chief of the Metropolitan Police.
Oh,
basically, right? Yeah. That's his purview. He runs them.
I mean, yeah, it's one of the many hats that the mayor, sits above. He's like the commissioner for all police or something, isn't it? Something like that.
Yeah, police and crimes commissioner.
It's interesting that this comes up now, because I remember being on the podcast with Carl one time, and we were talking about the grooming gangs, and he said how it's interesting how London has all of this diversity, and yet there doesn't seem to be any cases of grooming gangs. And of course, the obvious answer is, well, it's all going on. It's just been not reported on.
Not reported.
Under the carpet.
Yeah. And like I say, like John Wedge has been talking about this for many, many years. There's been all sorts of things over the years, incidental things. There's like the Northwest London situation with kids there at a school and a particular family involved, and oh my god, like again, the problem is even talking about it here, discussing it here, algorithmically challenged. It's gonna, it's not gonna get around as much. Now, it is mind-boggling though that these things can just float around in the ether like this. Yeah. What is everyone talking about? We're talking about freaking Sarah Podship. Yeah. And yet this is a
far more serious.
Yeah, way more serious issue.
Like they just said, one is one too many. This is 9,000. 9,000 gangs. And when you look at it in the context of Bradford and up north in the Midlands, there's at least 10 or 15 people involved. I'm not saying men, 'cause they're not men. They're not real men. So that's 10 or 15 times 9,000.
Yeah. That's outrageous.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah, it's absolutely outrageous. And
not to mention the poor victims.
And again, why I'm saying this sort of urging caution of a fixation on reform or advance, because again, this Potchin thing has done a great job of keeping this out in the news cycle.
Why is this not?
Well, you sent me that picture of Sadiq Khan on the side of a London bus, so his name on a London bus yesterday. Like seriously, people, like
he needs to be under a bloody bus, not on the face of one.
These are the issues that should be at the front, and that's what I mean. These parties are doing a great job of helping obfuscate the deeper problems with Labour, because this isn't like this isn't just a Labour thing. It runs across all the parties.
It does, but there's no opposition against it. Going back to when the Tories were in power. If they made, and God love him, he made so many gaffes, Boris Johnson. But if he had a minister, he probably did, that cocked up as much as Khan, Labour would be all over that.
Look at
rip him a new one.
Look at the number of people who are involved with PIE.
Yeah,
with the information exchange, right? And like one of them like ended up PM, right? Theresa May.
Yeah,
she was involved, right? So, and also the Crays like had beef on weird stuff like this happening with the kiddies way back when the Crays were rolling,
Bring back the flipping Crays. Let them run London to the bloody mayor.
We'll get to that later. Funnily enough, but yeah, I mean, like this is the thing, and they're gonna, one last little point on this, like they're gonna raise here is like I say, this is great distraction tactic, because they're gonna mention a little bit about the demographics.
So Susan Hall, this is the individual councillor Susan Hall who has been doing all those.
Oh wait, actually, before we get onto the voting demographics, this is the woman who was trying to question him.
Poor woman,
right? And here's her response to what has been going on with Sadiq and the way this is being handled. And I think this is very important, because, like I say, she's trying to get to the bottom of this as best she bloody can.
Never happened.
That I sort of started with, and this is just her statement as well. This is very, very recent, October 25th. Time of recording, so we'll just watch this.
Firstly, I'd like to thank so many of you who've been kind enough to watch the videos of me questioning the mayor and the deputy mayor about rape gangs in London. You all saw that the mayor says, I don't know what she's talking about. What does she mean? Well, all of you knew what I meant, and I suspect he did. But trying to get information out of him and the Metropolitan Police, and definitely the Deputy Mayor, has been so difficult. But we now see that the Met are investigating 9,000 cases of grooming gangs, or rape gangs as I call them. 9,000. So from going in January, when I first started all these questions, when he said he didn't know what I mean, we're now seeing that they're admitting to at least 9,000 cases. I'm not surprised, because so many very brave victims or survivors have actually contacted me, telling me their terrible stories. So at least it's out there, and now they admit to it. But why did it take so long? Sadiq Khan is the Police and Crime Commissioner. He's the Mayor of London. What a damn disgrace he is. He is not worthy of that position.
Disband London Mayor.
Yeah.
completely. We got on fine without it. Get rid of it. We don't need.
Absolutely right. I mean, like, I lived in London before the GLC, right? And any of this London Authority or mayorship stuff.
Bring back Ken Livingstone.
Well,
with his nukes.
This is the thing. Like, at no point would I ever go bring back Ken Livingstone, because that guy, like, again, he was a nutter, mate. But in comparison to this, holy moly! But again, this stuff been going on during that time when Ken Livingstone came in. Like, it was going on then as well. This is such an ingrained thing across the board as well. But just to finish up on this point quickly and move on to our next segment, like, we're breaking down like the voting demographics of London, and I think that might give you an idea as to why this is the situation, right?
Let's have a look at London's voting record as well, just to sort of indicate potentially why they're keeping this stumm, shall we? Ha!
There you go.
For those that are just listening, that's a map.
Yeah, that's pretty categorical, right? It's
pretty
like
much
mostly red, right?
Yeah.
It's like absolutely a stronghold in the whole UK.
It's
a bit red.
It's a massive Labour stronghold.
Yeah.
In fact, it's the only real place left, it looks like, where Labour can rely on any sort of safe seats. Well, there are the odd other places here or there, but yeah, this is where they'll get the majority of their MPs from next time, probably, I would have thought. Classic West London there, Lib Dems, really rich area.
Yeah, we'll just wait.
Yeah.
Just wait, because that Operation Scatter, that'll get you as well. So this is important, the voting makeup, for when we watch this. I know you got some issues.
Operation Scatter, West London, right? Yeah, and it's really interesting, isn't it? Because what did I mention last week?
Absolutely.
Hang on, so West London.
Yeah.
If you want to go back, check out last week's episode, or which particular segment was it? It was the mainstream segment 1, I think.
I think it was.
Yeah, like there's the chop down segment of that part 1. If you want to just watch that segment of it, but yeah, we talked about it.
It was good.
Good stuff. He's saying right there, wait for it, West London, it's coming. That vote is already there, and we will bounce back to that in a second because it is already there. Trevor Phillips, you know Trevor Phillips? So, I mean, I don't know how many people are going to be super interested in this, but I think he actually brings up again. So you were saying the way Sadiq was deferring it, right? It's because he was like, I agree with you. I think he was trying to push her to make a statement linking what Trevor Phillips is about to link here.
Yeah.
And I'm going to let him do it. Again, algorithm, but also I just think, it's probably more appropriate for him to make it, given his background and history as well. So let's just hear what Trevor Phillips has to say.
Trevor Phillips here and there. But he says this, and it's worthwhile listening to.
What's coming together here is a really horrid combination that nobody really ever wants to talk about, which is the intersection of race and sexual predation. And, let's be honest that actually a lot of this is bringing those two things together in an unpleasant way. The issue about the grooming gangs inquiry is very straightforward. The government clearly never wanted these two things to be put together.
The one thing we didn't want to happen.
The reason for not wanting those two things to be put together is that much of this took place in areas which are run by local Labour councils, and that the authorities who ought to be watching over this, stopping it, monitoring it, and all of the rest of it were controlled by those councils, and they did nothing. As I make the point I make in my piece.
Just stop it there. We don't really need to listen to the rest of it. I just thought the map plus what he says, which is patently obvious and true.
It's particularly significant coming from a former Blair minister as well. Of course, he himself represented the Labour Party, and him saying, "Listen, this happened under the Labour Party."
Wasn't he on various commissions and bodies that talked about systemic racism all through Britain? White on brown systemic racism. So wasn't Peter Manson your best man, Trevor? Oh, thanks, Trevor. Yeah, you're about 15 years too late, actually, Trev. Yeah, really brave of you now. Yeah, cheers. Trevor Phillips.
Of course, Peter Mandelson was on Epstein's flight logs.
Best mate, actually.
Right.
Yeah.
One of his best mates,
Yeah.
apparently.
Yeah. He thought it was a lovely chap, didn't he? He couldn't speak
Apparently
hard enough of
so.
him.
Yeah. Okay. So hold on. We're back there again. Aren't
We are.
We're back there again.
It does go around the big circle.
I don't know how I keep finding all this stuff, but just keeps leading back down the same path, right?
It does.
And Nate's not wrong, right? Nate's not wrong there, Mr. H, with West London, like we said, because we did the Hounslow review last week. Well, what's happened in the last 24 hours, 48 hours in Uxbridge?
Yeah.
Literally 10 minutes up the road from Hounslow. Dog walker stabbed. 45, 49-year-old dog walker just stabbed in the street, right? Turns out to be an Afghan immigrant.
No.
Right? You wouldn't have guessed it,
No,
right?
you wouldn't
And
have.
as soon as I bloody saw that, as I was putting this together, I also obviously thought of last week, I thought of what we were going to cover, and what we also played. So I'll just play it one more time, just so you'll get it.
Bloody asylum seekers. Can't bloody move for them in Essex. Yeah, well, the same down our way. Trip over bloody Afghans and Kurds in London. I think there's more in Essex. Nah. London. Essex. London. Essex. London. Essex. London. Essex.
We're there, right?
We
We're
are.
there. Again, once again, it is crazy. And, I mean, you know, there's that, right? And I'm just going to... You mentioned another thing, right? And it's funny, right? So, not only you got that, not only have you got the enrichment in Uxbridge, but you mentioned that they accidentally released someone, right? Do you know who it was?
I don't know his name.
Because again, it ties us up beautifully for this segment.
I know it wasn't supposed to be released. He was supposed to be being transferred, wasn't he? Someone
So-
got £70 for his troubles, and
so
if you believe the stories, try to get back
I
in
just
again.
played that clip again, right? And we've just gone from Uxbridge, right? Remember the dude at the Bell Hotel?
Oh, no.
It was him! They accidentally released him. He was found by someone, apparently a member of the public in Kensington.
As you do.
Miles away from where he got
Yeah.
out, right? And just stood in the street chatting to someone outside a shoe, SCUH.
Saying I shouldn't be here.
And like, so he's been rounded up, and what I was reading earlier, like breaking news on it, is like Starmer's paid him to leave.
Yeah, quite.
And they've taken him back to Ethiopia, which again I was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Ethiopia. Guy was supposed to be Eritrean. Reports said he was Eritrean, and also, if you go back and check AY audits, he talked to that guy before the guy had been arrested without knowing who he was.
Yeah.
So somewhere in the AY archives, if you go check them out, right, AY_audits, I'm pretty sure you'll find it. And again, I remember watching it, the guy saying he was from Eritrea. So why are you taking him back to Ethiopia? Which again ties into people do the research on the Clinton Foundation, Ethiopia, the Ethiopia-Eritrean War, Hillary Clinton's involvement with that, the US State Department, probably do an episode on it at some point, depending on where all of this goes. But
All these back to the same place, pretty
we're
much.
back there again, right? London, Essex, right? So there you go. That's what I feel about the whole Sarah Pochin / Sadiq Khan thing. It's like, you know, one's just a cover up for the other.
Of course it
right?
is.
Yeah.
And what better, put your name on a bus?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy. And again, these things do not spell a party that is actually trying to survive.
No.
Like,
But they
what
seem
are
to
they
be
doing?
more interested in protecting their own, covering their own arses. And it always becomes now that the party is more important than the public and more important than the country itself.
Yeah.
The Labour Party is bigger than the country. Do what we say, not do as we do, which we all know has been happening for a long time anyway.
Yeah. It really is, like, again, people out there, it's daily dose of political insanity.
So when was this inquiry when Sadiq refused to answer the basic question? What's this, January, February time? This was happening. So he refused that. So if he'd have actually answered that question then, how many of these 9,000 wouldn't have
cases
happened?
wouldn't need to, or wouldn't need to be reopened, or
Yeah.
I mean, again though, if we had been, like we said in the last podcast, if we'd been like dealing with this way back when, you know, because it has been a drip feed, has been a slow drip feed,
But
and
when the police become less worried about randomly stopping and searching people. We can't. We can't. Oh no, missus, can't possibly speak to that person because their colour and their race. Where we see it's been race. Oh, well, let them crack on then. Let them do things they shouldn't be doing and murder people. And
well, again, like George Wedge has spoken about this before as well. It's like not just the corruption that and beyond and other groups like the Oldham group, police, but also like a whole setting of targets. And in some cases, there's been targets set to reduce the number of ethnic minorities you're arresting because it's a bad look.
Well, here's the thing: stop committing bloody crimes.
Like they say, it makes us look racist to be like arresting that dude that's breaking in through the window and like smashing up your.
Can you not do that? I can't arrest you.
It's insane.
I'll caution you for that. But Karen, the middle-aged white lady, who says something naughty on Twitter, X, gets banged up for 6 months.
So, I mean, only in the UK, people. And, I'm sure next week we shall have yet another completely ridiculous, stupid series of policies, series of actions,
well, budget
of covers.
Budget's got to be next week or the week after, hasn't it?
Boy, I'm going to love that.
That's going to be a whole podcast on that, isn't it? We won't put up taxes, they say in their manifesto. What are they going to do? They'll put up taxes. Define a tax. That's what we should say. We should all go to can you define what a tax is?
What a tax is?
Can you define? No, so I self-identify as a non-taxpayer.
Yeah.
How far would they get on that? I did as being self-employed for the last 20 years, and there's like a million or so self-employed people in the country. What if they all refused to pay up on January the 31st? How many of us could they possibly fine?
I'd say the level we've got to of just like straight up like criminality
ridiculous.
In your face is
just
crazy.
Blatant.
It is crazy.
It really is. And let's say the whole thing, even the thing I've said about the adverts, you can't. It's the elephant in the room. You can't say about it. Risk of. I don't care. I give up caring what I say a long time ago. As long as I'm not offending. Not like you're not offended by it. I don't care if you are.
Well, yeah,
you know what I mean. Really. You're not offending people in a big way. It's just ridiculous. It's like we see today. It's offence by proxy.
Yes,
I'm offended because I feel I should be offended.
I'm offended on behalf of you. Like,
I'm offended by my black folk and my Asian folk.
I am guilty of that, man. Like, it's just it tends to be when people do like something really that is a massive affront, and I'm like, bro, I ain't black, but bro, that makes me feel really angry, Like, it's something I'm about to go out and start marching for on a weekend.
Exactly. It's like anything, isn't it? There's good and bad people in every walk of life.
Yeah.
And it's a generalisation. You say, you can have 1,000 Asian, Afro-Caribbean friends, Afghan friends, and only one of them is going to be a murderer.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we could have like 3 interstellar objects pass through our solar system, and only one of them is going to be a serial killer on a blind date. To quote Avi Loeb. Right, so I think that
where are we at?
That ties up that segment, I believe, and
it's all looping wrap round.
It is orbiting background, and to maintain some pace, I'm going to try and like pick it up a little bit with the next segment, which is latest information on the Charlie Kirk enigma.
Yeah, see, I've been out the loop on this. I think a lot of people, if you don't look into it, and again, this is what Leo says every single week. Challenge things, look into things yourself, investigate things yourself, because the mainstream aren't going to tell you anything. And as far as we're concerned, if you're Joe Blogs, one of the average guys or girls in the world, in the country, it's done and dusted. That was done months ago. Yeah, we've got the guy. End of. We're waiting for the big trial and death row and old Smokey. However,
well, I mean, let's start with the easy stuff, okay? Because I do have some footage, but like I say, in the interest of time, we may have to like use a lot of its B-roll and talk as we go.
The footage taken from behind his chair, wasn't it?
We still haven't got that, but we'll get to that. We'll get to that. So I want to break this again for speed. Let's break this into 2 sides, okay? Because we've got the mainstream media side, obviously, what they're putting out and what they're publishing, and we've got Candace Owens' side, okay, which is the predominant like sort of alternate channel, obviously, as we explained last week.
Has to be.
It was a good hour, 45 minutes we did on Charlie Kirk last week to get everyone up to date and up to speed.
I couldn't believe I watched it back.
Mate, there's so much there, isn't there? And that's not even all of it.
The ballistics were good. The ballistics were very good.
It's a lot. Yeah, the ballistics. You know what's funny actually was, did you see the preview that YouTube did? So YouTube like auto generates previews.
Oh right.
And I've got like Charlie Kirk Enigma up there, but when you hover, it's just like the cow's spine that's blown to pieces, zooming in on it. I'm like,
you couldn't do that better yourself.
Yeah,
brilliant.
I was saying the
Brilliant.
only way it could be worse if it was the actual ballistics head exploding.
Imagine it.
Well done, YouTube. That's going to help the algorithm,
Yeah,
right?
cracking.
People are going to be like, ugh.
Even the Russians are liking it.
But okay, so let's swing by the mainstream media, okay? Because mainstream media are still dripping out like the narrative, okay?
Really?
And in that narrative, right? Let's start with a couple of things. The first one, and this is quite big news. I think has come out over the last 24, 48 hours. And we're getting conditions for the trial of Tyler James Robinson, okay? And in these conditions, right? For one thing, the prosecution choosing his defense lawyer. Let's just think about that for a second. The prosecution are choosing his defense lawyer.
Is it one of their own?
One can only assume, right? Like, okay,
that's even allowed.
As if it wasn't an odd enough case in the first place.
Why they bother
right?
trying him in that case?
Well, yeah. Well, again, there's more, right, to this. But wait, there's more. They've also said that he will avoid having his face shown throughout the entirety of the trial, and this extends to include cameras being banned from showing entry or exit from the court. And this is on the basis like that along with this he will be allowed to dress in normal clothing, not orange jumpsuit. Because the jury may be swayed by seeing Robinson in prison gear and shackles.
Isn't that how
it may affect the impression of innocence before being proven guilty?
If he walked in with a Mauser across his shoulder, I understand that.
To be fair, I'd like to see that because the video footage of CCTV footage they showed off of him, he weren't carrying no Mauser in his trousers, was he?
No.
Let's be honest. Right? That sounds
and also,
like
probably the picture they put out of him first of all looks nothing like the person they've caught.
Okay, so you're straight on it there, man.
Probably
so
why.
Exactly what I was thinking straight away. It was like, so this makes all perfect sense, right? Because this is not the same person. This is not the person from the video. This is not the person from the photos, right? Like, I mean,
not the droid you're looking for.
Not the droid you're looking for. Yes, like, yeah, they know the public reaction and the investigations going on, right? And they know that everyone's gone, hold on a second, these two people are not the same. One of these things is not like the other. So, easy way to solve that, not allowed to look at him.
Yeah.
Don't look at him.
Just put a bag
Don't look at him.
Can you imagine it? Look the other way, look the other way.
I want to be alone.
It's like modesty screens. I mean, fair enough. He's like under witness protection. This is the other thing. Jumping aside that very, very quickly. Isn't this country, the prisoner decided not to come to court for his sentencing? Get in a bloody prison, into the courtroom. What? When did we say, oh no, it's okay, you stay in your cell.
Yeah.
You stay.
Yeah.
Don't come and meet your accuser.
Yeah.
And the victims. Or not even by video link.
Yeah.
He's refused to come up.
I mean,
okay, right, instant life sentencing. Refused to come up. Stay down there, man. I don't care.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway,
I think the video link's included with that as well. I think he's allowed a video link, but the video link's not allowed to be seen by the jury or something like that. There are a few more details.
Surely the jury's going to be shown pictures of how they arrived at who he is.
Well,
we found this guy because this is the picture we got of him. But it's not of him anyway. It's of somebody else.
Yeah. So I mean, like, that straight away is just like a massive red flag. Again, further red flags, right? And
it's gonna be the quickest trial ever.
Well, again, they think they got it open and shut, right?
Well, of course they
said last week, they think
this is him. Put him down. Okay, fair enough.
Yep. After 33 hours, we got him. So, I mean, there's still questions as well of where's Lance? Where's Lance Twiggs? You know, his boyfriend, his furry boyfriend. And this is
furry. Is that relevant? He's a furry.
Well, unfortunately so, because if you remember what we were saying last week about how, like, in this country we've got this massive ratcheting up against the right, and to a certain degree, you know, the pushback against the left, whereas America, that ratcheting is on this
the opposite way around.
This narrative of crazy extreme left-wingers who are now taking up arms and just popping off caps at people randomly because, like, they got pissed off with a statement.
Mousers in your trousers, I like that.
Yeah, getting the Mousers in the trousers.
Mousers in trousers.
And this is the thing, the narrative that's being built around this is important, like I say, because they're tying it into so many things. Gaming, Magic the Gathering, furries, Doctor Who. Like, so let's breeze on this one, right? Because from this side, right, there's apparently been a contact.
First contact.
No. No. Apparently, there's this YouTuber Turkey Tom. Okay, and he's had contact from someone who is allegedly close to the couple, Tyler and Twiggy, as I'm calling him, Lance Twiggs, right? Tyler,
furry
Lance
friend.
Twiggs, yeah, his furry boyfriend. And this is where I'm going to play some video here, because he's done a whole video on it. And we're going to listen to a bit of it, but again, in the interest of time, because we are running, like, we may talk over a lot of it, and I'll try and give you the bullet points that I've pointed out here, right?
Bullet points, no pun intended, I'm sure.
Well, I think the first one, right, and I think this is very relevant, this video, again, because the very first point in this video is going to say a hell of a lot, right? So let's just go straight into it, because I think you'll see what I mean. Right?
Being made by an anonymous leaker. There could be more to certain events that we're simply not aware of, and other details that may explain more of the story. Additionally, some of this video is my opinion and should be treated as such, but I've done my best to provide you all with the information I'm able to share to the extent it can be verified. In his first message to me...
Right, so immediately off the bat...
The bar show, shouldn't we, that disclaimer?
Well, I would, right, except for, right, there's a little bit less of the nature of what are your sources? Trust me, bro.
Yeah.
Right? That's straight up what that disclaimer's saying at the very beginning here is, right? I've got some rando that's turned up out of the blue. Do you remember how they leaked the Discord, or they released the Discord messages and the text messages from Tyler?
Yeah.
There was this, like, my love, I went out and I took my granddad's rifle and I shot that horrible Charlie Kirk in the head, and you know, this is where I left the rifle, and this is where I got changed, and all of this, and all of that, and I'm just like...
That's just lazy writing.
Right, so we have more, right? So, like I say, context. Dude turns up out of the blue, guy has no clue who this guy is, but he apparently checks out.
Yeah.
Right? He apparently checks out, like... And his sources, Trust Me Bro. So, let's find out what Trust Me Bro says.
Person said, "Hello, I just watched your video on the Charlie Kirk assassin Tyler and thought you did a good job. I happen to know Tyler and Lance in real life. I don't take a lot of pictures, so I can't prove it very well, but I am in Discord servers where both of them are, including the one where Tyler posted his confession. I have some pictures of the apartments and some stories I can tell. There were two pictures..."
I'll quickly add some context here. He says over Discord. So this guy apparently supplied Discord logs, as he's saying there, that this Turkey Tom apparently has put in this description for us all to look at. Again, you suggesting these things can't be generated elsewhere. Okay, because where do you source this from? Trust me, bro. But deeper in this, it becomes apparent that the confessions and the pertinent information was actually shared to an old server, not the current server that was being used by Lance and his group. So I just wanted to throw that in here right now, because any of that sort of data, then immediately you've got a question, well, hold on a second, is there a third party in here that's using this? And is that why they posted to the old one rather than the new one? Yeah. Whereas this Turkey Tom's saying that it's quite likely that because Tyler wasn't so deep in with the Discord community, he didn't know which one to post in.
Yeah.
Seems convenient, but again, relative context, I feel.
Underneath one of Tyler's confession in the Discord chat that matched the ones published by Ken Klippenstein, which were then republished by every major news outlet. The other picture is a completely original photo of local police at Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs' place, taken from across the street. For the sake of verification.
Does that prove anything? Does that prove this guy's identity? Absolutely not. Again, who would maybe have those sort of photos that could easily supply them? Well, the people on the scene at the time doing the operation, right?
He later also provided me with archives of the 3 Discord servers they shared, which I'll eventually go over the relevant parts of. Once this person's identity was verified, he proceeded to tell me about the state of Tyler and Lance's living space. The apartment would drastically shift from clean to super dirty, depending on the state of Lance's mood. I don't have too many pictures of most of the mess, but basically, he'd start living in the living room and just start turning it into his nest. After the first roommate moved out, and right after Tyler moved in like 2 weeks later, Lance had a really big breakdown. The living room went from a place guests came over to something that had to be hid. People still came over, but everyone got weirded out by all the trash. He basically had layers of wires, random Temu trinkets, decorations, random art projects, clothes, and empty alcohol containers everywhere. And if anyone touched it, he would get livid. One friend got banned from the apartment for a while because he kept touching the Temu trinkets. I wish I still had pictures, but I felt sort of guilty and deleted them since I knew Lance wasn't in the right state of mind.
But, like, are kind of possessive over Temu trinkets, you know, but not necessarily this bad.
For context, I've been playing games with Lance and Tyler for like 6 years. I count myself kind of close to them, but I was trying to separate them from myself because being around them wasn't good for me. I say them, but Tyler was always level-headed and easygoing. But Lance could be anywhere from too depressed to talk to manic, wide-eyes, crazy person. I'll take a brief moment here to comment on the fact that in my original video, this is more or less the impression that I had, judging exclusively from Lance's more significant and expressive online presence relative to
just a bit.
Tyler's almost non-existent digital paper trail. From Lance's Reddit account and the things his family members had to say about him, he clearly was more outspoken and in some ways unstable. There were Reddit posts of his mentioning being at odds with his family to the point of being kicked out, and he had also discussed a lot of substance abuse issues, which are a far cry from the quiet, even if uneasy relationship that Tyler seemed to have with his family. What as exhibiting. Messages continue. During this first nest phase, Lance started working very rarely. He worked with his dad for a tub repair company. They'd either repair tubs or install them at construction sites. But when Lance was super depressed or just too manic, he'd take the day off and hit his THC vape, drink, and scroll reels. Anyway, 2 weeks before Lance's first nest phase, when the apartment was mostly normal, Tyler moved in with Lance because he'd just dropped out of college and was tired of living with his parents. He had been working with his dad at a stone cutting business where they'd install countertops. Tyler was kind of your normal
stone cutting
Utah guy.
Stone cutting.
He'd talk hunting, camping.
Do you remember the Simpsons episode?
Talk about fishing. Now, first off,
who made
with cognitive stimulants.
Is it who made Steve Guttenberg a star? So the Stonecutters, the secret Masonic lodge that Homer J. Simpson joins in The Simpsons.
Yeah.
No, given all the other weird stuff around this,
totally plausible.
Seems odd, but then again, Masons.
Yes.
Stonecutters.
Yeah.
That's an unfortunate tie-in,
isn't it?
Okay, as we let this roll, what we're getting here is a picture being painted that, like, Lance is basically a complete wreckhead, right?
Yeah.
And obviously they're going to go into the whole, like, drugs and schizophrenia link and stuff like that. But, like, so, you know, you've got Tyler, who's supposedly the level-headed guy, who's moved in with this Lance, who's a complete freaking lunatic, right? And he goes on to say how Lance basically was experimenting with various things. Here we go, with like mold in Tupperware and putting his Temu trinkets in there. And it sounds as though this guy was like, you know, growing a lot of, like, he mentions in a minute, he's growing a lot of mushrooms and stuff. So here we go. Like, I reckon we're probably talking about like psilocybin here, and like this kid's looking to grow like philosopher's stones in his kitchen or whatever, you know, which for your average university student, like, probably isn't too far from your man for his
No,
behaviour.
probably not.
But when you mix it up, like he goes on further that apparently Twiggy here was also taking like LSD and DMT along with these shrooms. Now, again, like ain't no spring chicken, man. I worked in the music industry for years. I've done plenty of raves, right? I know what any one of these things will do. But doing them all at once,
that ain't gonna work.
But also, what does that tie into again? Like we've already seen a little bit of this, but it's this whole. All of these guys are always like that. Yeah, Charles Manson.
Yeah.
You know, the LSD craze.
Yeah.
All of this. Yeah. The Roman Polanski thing.
Yeah.
Like, there's so many examples you can go back, and you'll find that they're all in this sort of like position of being whacked out on all sorts of drugs. And here we get the reference to him ranting about Republicans and Mormons. Well, again, if you remember what I said in the last episode about Utah being a glowing big Bible state, big Bible state, lots of Mormons, lots and all that sort of stuff. So we'll just check in with like where he's at by December
another
now.
nuclear meltdown after having another argument. Also, a couple of months before, we noticed Lance had been growing breasts and said that he'd been taking black market HRT, which I do not know what that entailed, but I think it was making him very erratic.
Black market HRT.
On top of the other shit.
Yeah, on top of all the rest of it, this guy's mixing up HRT in his bathtub.
And growing breasts.
And growing breasts, man, like, as you do. Yeah, and with his team, yeah, I mean, this is, again, like, it fits too many other things, like, you know, Buffalo Bill levels of, like, your stereotype. Lone wolf, crazy, lunatic behaviour. So
again, it's almost too neat.
The way they pick us, it's really bloody lazy writing, is it not? I mean, it's
not even about him anyway.
Well,
really, is it? Or is
it? That's the thing.
It shouldn't be about him.
A few people have even wondered if he's actually those pictures and not Tyler. It's actually him with the glasses on that they took the photos of.
It looks.
I don't think it is him. I don't think it is him.
He's super wide-eyed with either a loopy grin or a rictus grin, like the Joker, depending on his mood. The nest came back full force, and Lance started living downstairs full-time again. This is a picture of a kind of cleaned-up version. Imagine this type of mess, but denser and all over the living room and kitchen.
To be fair, like again, I've lived in student residence. That ain't that bad. I've seen a lot worse.
It all out while giggling with the wide-eyed Joker smile. He'd either be doing this, or his experiments, or talking with ChatGPT day in and day out.
And there's another part of the narrative, talking with ChatGPT all day in, day out. And again, people like I said last week, it's the details between the details, the lines between the lines, what isn't said, what is said. There's an awful lot out there about ChatGPT right now, isn't there? And people having relationships with ChatGPT and stuff. This gets even more interesting because I get what he's doing. I feel like what we're going to hear here, like, you know, with Twiggy, is that he was talking to ChatGPT about like advanced mechanics and advanced physics and advanced mathematics. And it looks like he was building himself some sort of like
flux capacitor,
battery / electroshock therapy of his own design, almost like Scientology.
Water turned brown and the aluminum foil was pretty burnt. He also started leaving little papers around the house that he had scribbled on while doing that giggling thing. It's at this point that our leaker here sent an extensive set of pictures he'd taken of the state of the apartment and the notes Lance left around. First is an image of their magic table, completely vandalized with garbage.
Okay, so yeah, here we go, right? Here we go into the delving into the accoutrement that will always go with any one of these people. They always have a manifesto.
Yeah.
They always have a book. And again, in the imagery, it's going to be coming up on these post-it notes as well. Keep your eyes out for the standard things. There's a bird in there that looks an awful lot like a mockingbird. You'll see in a minute on the post-it notes, you got like Glock logos.
Yeah.
Glock logos. And again, if you're looking, you make a good point here, right? Like, aren't we looking at Tyler? So surely these are the possessions of Tyler that you'd think who's actually committed the crime, not Twiggy, the dude that
the incidental person, absolutely.
Yeah, the incidental lunatic in the basement, right? Like, and here we go. Look, check it out.
Contains a set of spiral-like scribbles that may be disconnected attempts at making.
This is the claimed Glock thing here, which I kind of see it, but I kind of also absolutely don't. That could be a talk. Could be something to do with TikTok, you know. And again, how easy is it to just generate a bunch of
the ramblings of a madman?
Yeah, well, that's what they're ostensibly putting across here, isn't it? Right, and again, these are convenient pictures of Twiggy's doodles and scribbles, right? And like, he's saying that he would speak in rhymes. He started getting to a point where he'd just go around with
Dr. Zeus.
He's turned into a character, as he's mentioned, of the Joker. Yeah. And again, they're tying in all these other things with it, like Magic the Gathering and Doctor. He said for no reason he says Lance is downstairs watching Doctor Who at some point. I'm like, what's that got to do?
Yeah.
And it just feels so much like they're building a narrative that, you know, this guy, it fits the narrative of what Trump and supposedly the TPUSA thing's pushing against. Is like this supposed debauchery, you know, like drugs. I mean, like he mentions here at some point that, like, one of the times Twiggy's in his nesting phase, he just suddenly decides he's trans, and that's when he starts mixing up stuff, HRT, you know, therapy in the bathtub or whatever, you know.
He's be locked up somewhere by the sound of it.
But again, all of this is after the fact. Do we have any EXIF data? Do we have any metadata for any of this? Like I say, this is literally just trust me bro stuff from a dude that, for all anyone knows, is up the wazoo of the intelligence services through and through.
Yeah.
Again, we're talking about Utah here. We're talking about a glowing state with glowing people. We already know the Mormons are involved heavily here. Like, what on earth, man? Like, and this again, it kind of boggles my mind that this takes up so much of narrative.
They were quick enough the other week to flag up all the internet searches, allegedly, apparently, of all these things before you.
Well, again,
but they've done nothing to further this.
Well, I mean,
this guy's been.
This is just what
researching whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's very convenient to a story. It's very convenient to the mainstream narrative, which more people are picking up. Now you've got Megyn Kelly and people who are actually now saying they believe the narrative. And here we have the cards, right? The Ghostbuster cards. Again, do you want any more categoric evidence that this is some sort of state-run operation?
No.
Xena cards, absolutely. Why do you think it's in Ghostbusters? Why do you think Bill Murray? And now I'm thinking to myself, wait, is that what it was? Was Twiggy recreating the beginning of Ghostbusters, electric shocking Tyler when he got the card wrong, right? Yeah.
Oh,
so
you just need to stay Puff Man next time.
Yeah. Again, it's the levels of crazy that we're getting to here with this whole narrative and MK Ultra and stuff. I guess Candice will come to her in a minute. But yeah, so you know the narrative continues, and interestingly enough, they say no one's really questioning that in the mainstream.
No.
It's absolutely pommy. It's absolutely de facto. This is how it is. And it's leading into his trial where the prosecution are deciding who the defense lawyers are. We're not allowed to see.
They're going to decide who the jury are going to be as well.
Probably. Like, I mean, this is not justice, obviously.
No, it's a very quick trial as well, isn't it? Well, I don't know when the trial's going to take place, but it's all.
Well, this is the thing. If we can't see him go in, we can't see him go out, we can't see him during the trial.
There's no pre-trial hearings or anything.
Like, this is ridiculous. Yeah. Like, it is obviously, like, you know, this has been called the JFK of this generation. Behaviour like this sure makes it look like it. I mean, this feels kind of like the Jack Ruby thing to a degree. Yeah. But again, misinformation coming out about Twigs, like, it's well timed. It's from a trust me bro source. I'm feeling like that CIA source to me, man. That's why it smells like it. Tastes like CIA source. So
bound to be.
So what we can drag from that, and what I'm going to say with that, is that this is exactly what I said last. More evidence to what I was saying last week. The narrative of this is that Tyler was supposedly being radicalized by a crazy, deranged, ultra left-wing trans radicalist Yeah, that's what we get here in Twiggy.
Yeah.
And now Twiggy's missing, presumably in witness protection. But again, like, is this going to be? Are we going to end up with like Robinson getting off on the basis of deferred like mental state? Because he had been massively. And also, I just want to throw this one in here, right? Because this may be crazy talk, but I mean, like, I strongly suggest everyone go check out Turkey Tom and watch the whole video. There's a lot more to it, and I've tried to take what I can there to just, enlighten you. Go watch the whole thing. There's some grody stuff in it, like, he didn't realise that they were in a relationship until he noticed them constantly snuggling on the sofa, like, finding them woken up on the sofa. But then he says later on, like, they're trying to play Magic the Gathering, and the two of them upstairs getting at it. And it annoyed him because he could hear it going on and that. But then, like, also he sways in each of their moods and behaviours. I started going, well, hold on a second. How do you know Twiggy wasn't spiking him?
Yeah.
And again, with DMT, man, people have some next level...
The amount of drugs he was
next level
about
things on DMT, man. Like, DMT is, like, soaring around Saturn business, communicating with God business, right? What's to say he wasn't, drip feeding him that as well? I'm not saying that is what happened, but again, when you're given
possibility,
what can you
can't
expect?
be any more outlandish, can it?
No, it can't really. But I mean, you say that. We haven't heard from Candice yet.
No,
And I'm going to try.
Levity and brave to get out the winner completely.
I'm going to try and breeze through this one quickly because I do like to give both sides of the story. Again, try to sit in the middle here. To, stick to that logical and rational centre. Look at all of the evidence coming out from everyone, right?
Crazy.
And obviously, we mentioned Candice Owens last week, and we obviously mentioned my little dive into who she's related to, her husband, and all of that. And wouldn't you know it, man? I'm not saying. I'm gonna use a phrase that she likes to use. Yeah, like Candice Owens has probably watched our show last week. I don't know. But I know, to use a Candiceism, because, I mean, if she didn't, she was strangely on the money for directly addressing what we brought up last week.
Right.
In order. There was a point, I've got it written down here, holy shit, she's addressing the point.
Yeah.
That we made last week.
Yeah.
So, her latest episode, and again, it'll be in the credits and description, go check it out, right? She addresses exactly going to the UK.
Yeah.
And all this stuff. Meeting her husband, things like that, and also funders like this, and it's really weird.
Spooky.
Well, it is spooky because I did say to just be open about it, and like it does feel as though she almost heard that and went, "Okay, I'm going to be quite open with this particular episode, right?" But like I said, there's still some batshit crazy stuff with it. Okay, she is cray for Kanye. Okay, and we all know this. We all know she's cray for Kanye. She very famously did an interview with Kanye, Yeezy, whoever, recently. Okay, she did do this, and again, there's a whole lot you could go into there. And there's the allegations that he handled by people, including the Kardashians. And again, we could do a whole episode on Kim Kardashian's mum, her relationship to the lawyer that was involved in the OJ case, and where their wealth came from, and all of that business, because it all again. But yeah, in this instance, right, she's been talking about like her cray for Kanye thing, and apparently Charlie Kirk was cray for Kanye.
Oh, who knew?
Apparently. So, she's got more information. One of the things that she put out was a video, or at least a video went viral that she commented on. And we watched the video last week at the shooting, right? And like the guy standing on
Yeah.
Now I don't have it in this particular one, but he is featured again in this episode that she's done. And apparently he went round the corner after Charlie was shot, and then just did a selfie video, live streaming, going, "Charlie's got shot. Charlie's just been shot. Charlie's dead." And apparently that's the first time anyone said that Charlie was dead.
Yeah.
Vibes ain't vibing on that video. Watch the guy, body language is off, leading further into her theory that TPUSA had something to do with this, and it's some sort of internal operation. Another person in a video that was viral is seen on his phone, right? And it's the son of Pastor McCoy, who's the pastor that claims that Charlie, he was Charlie's pastor.
Yeah.
Charlie told him everything and a way to carry on that. So apparently his son was on the phone at the moment that was
Right.
taken, and then he just wanders off slowly chatting on the phone.
As you do.
So, like, she's explaining that, she's explaining the off-key smell, and she's explaining, like, basically, like, the off-key nature of the people behind TPUSA, how she's getting to conclusions. And some of this actually really did catch me up, because I usually kind of gloss over the Kanye bit. Yeah, I just...
Yeah.
It's not my thing. I mean, it is my thing in the research aspect. Because of my research, though, I'm inclined to not really listen to a lot of Kanye stuff outside of the Harley Pasternak stuff and stuff like that. Okay, so I'm going to jump into this video here because I can't quite remember exactly where I picked it up from, but we're just going to have a little listen to her latest episode where she's had the reaction from TPUSA to McCoy's son just walking away casually on the phone. And she's talking about Cray Cray for Kanye and his background stuff. So let's just have a little look, see what goes on with this. Oh, wait, hold on. Typically, it didn't pause. So hold up, let me just jump back here. Okay, so here we go.
Very much believe that I have had handlers since 2018. And that things were done intentionally to pull me and Charlie apart. Now, I'm going to tell you how I remember it in no particular order, okay? I tweeted back at Kanye and I said, please take a meeting with us. And before I could hear directly from Kanye's people, I heard from David Horowitz of the Freedom Center. He's the one that first invited me when I was going viral on YouTube to speak at his conference. You should also know that he is the father to Andreessen Horowitz, the one that Bibi Netanyahu is insisting should, or the stepfather to. He wants Andreessen Horowitz to be a part of this group that buys TikTok because, and this is relevant, they think it's important for warfare, psychological warfare in the future.
Okay,
it's relevant.
So context, right? Yeah. That ties into exactly the clip from last week, right? Larry Ellison buying TikTok and all that, okay? And context, what she's talking about here is that they're obsessed with Ye, and they want Kanye to get on board with their campaign for Blexit, Black Exit, sort of a Brexit for Black America to stop following the nonsense of the administrations of the time. So that's where we're at, yeah?
He was very nice in his message to me, said, oh, my son knows Kanye, and I would like to facilitate that meeting. Suddenly they get Eric Weinstein involved, and he reaches out and he pretends that he wants to be a friend to me. He's a bad person, I can tell you that right away. And I learned that very quickly. But at the time, Charlie and I, we were pro-Israel. That's, I think, kind of relevant. And we were just so amazed by the tweet that we thought all of these people, like this was just our moment, as in they really did just want to help. Another player in this was Rick Rubin, the big music.
What?
Rick Rubin? You know who Rick Rubin is?
Wicked hair on the guy, I'll give him that.
I've mentioned this guy before. I mentioned this guy quite a lot on the old Wall of Pain show. Do you remember when Neil was asking me to describe, like, hip hop, rap, and particularly the East Coast, West Coast wars, yeah? And I went into quite some depth about Rick Rubin.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy produced the Beastie Boys.
Oh, okay.
And who are the Beastie Boys?
Oh, they're a white rap band.
They're a white Jewish New York Brooklyn rap band. What a bunch of white Jewish boys doing in hip hop and rap in the first place, right? They were sort of the prototypes for Vanilla Ice and Eminem, all linked. Okay, and again, I say I went into depth on that one episode with the scribes on it. If you want to go back, that is actually still on Phluid Vision. You can go back and check our episode where we had the interview with the scribes. Was that the one that was from the Academy, that one, I think. I went into big depth about this, and Rick Rubin is all over the place, right? And he produced a lot of people, including the Beastie Boys and the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and you name a big American act, he's probably had his hand in the pie at some point. And when I say that, I mean like in the Cat Williams finger in the pie sort of way. Yeah, if you catch my drift, yeah. And that immediately, I say, that deserved an Emery Watt for me, because I was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Because I went back and I deep dove and I managed to draw all of the connections from the East Coast, West Coast hip-hop nonsense into the LAPD with Darrell F. Gates and the corruption there, the flooding of drugs into the streets, especially in the black communities. Then the transition of that through one of Obama's old administration dudes who flooded South America with unmarked or supposedly marked weapons, but they came back up again via MS-13, who then wiped out all of the black drug dealers and were replacing them in the West Coast. I mean, again, big whole episode on that. But she mentions Rick, and I'm just like, what? Like, wow, why does that not surprise me? Why does that not surprise me? Okay, and Rick happens to be, you know, I don't know, of that same particular like classification of people you're not allowed to notice being part of anything, right?
Industry, Rick Rubin also got into the mix and wanted to facilitate certain meetings. I took it again as a sign of help. On the Turning Point USA side, Tyler Boyer, who I could do a whole episode on, it's actually he's more so relevant that I can't fit him into just one episode. He was with the only person that was with Charlie before. He introduced him to every person that Charlie knows. He starts hiring a bunch of people, telling Charlie that we need to hire bigger and more professional money raisers, PR people like Andrew Colvett, you name it. And it feels like at every moment there were forces that were trying to tell us this is not allowed to happen. Kanye's handlers are telling him, Kanye's got a team of people telling him he's not allowed to be involved in politics. And he's getting angrier and he's getting angrier about that. This is in the time of Kim Kardashian and Kanye. She wanted nothing to do with it, okay? And I've been to their house, and political friends are telling Charlie and I, don't get involved with Kanye because he's crazy. You guys are on a trajectory. Don't speak to Kanye. It's going to backfire in your face. And I'm like, no, we dreamed this. We want him to be a part of Blexit. Like, this is exactly what we wanted. At the exact same time, I felt, and you have heard the story very many times, Charlie has told it, I have told it, out of nowhere, I got this spiritual pull that I needed to go to the UK. Charlie and I had no business in the UK at all. There was no reason for us to go to the UK. There was nothing happening in the UK. I have the messages. I'm like, Charlie, we should go to the UK. I don't know why. I'm getting the vibe.
Do you imagine my surprise when she directly addressed that? And I was like, wait, did we not like question why it was?
Yeah.
And we did in the future. But first, dealing with this sort of pressure cooker that kept happening between Kanye, me, Charlie, it was in October after Kanye had helped me to start designing the logo for Blexit that Kanye's pressure cooker got too hot. And basically they told him that he would lose everything, his marriage, this, that, if he didn't abstain from politics after he notoriously went to the White House in the MAGA hat. And he needed to distance from us and, of course, Blexit. And he cracked. I mean, you guys
new things.
I mean, like, straight away, that's suspicious.
That's the correct way to pronounce it, correct?
Yeah, I mean, straight away, that is suspicious.
What should we
okay?
Hours annoy you? Quick look at.
Keep in mind, as exhibit, I felt super acclaimed here continue.
I say the fact that.
Anyways, I think I was saved. And I look back, and I think I was saved by this.
Fear continues.
Right, we just did that.
And the one thing that has shocked me about.
So yeah, like she's saying that she was saved.
Anyways, I think I was saved
by going to the UK. Yeah. Now again, this ties straight in because what did I say? Is that like she came to the UK, she met her husband, like, and you know, married him in no time at all. And I should give some context to the week before her previous, or sorry, the episode before her previous episode. She was talking about dreams that Charlie Kirk had, and that he had dreamt repeatedly, prophetically, that he was going to be taken out, and he knew that he wasn't going to finish this. I should have done some on that because the more because she showed the text messages, and the more you read it, the more again it starts feeling feels like a script almost. Yeah, this guy's so adamant. I know something's coming. I know something's going to happen. Everyone be prepared, and you know, here's like sort of a game plan, you know, to go by. So you know that was piquing interest straight away. Is this the same clip, or did I?
Look back, and I think I was saved by this weird pull that I had to go to the UK. It was, now I realize, an unexpected anomaly. My husband, how I met him, this unplanned trip on nobody's calendar. Nobody was setting it up. I just like, Charlie, get a meeting with whoever, make anything happen. I need to be in the UK. I just think that like something good will happen if we go to the UK. And it's kind of beautiful that the person that Charlie reached out to and said, can you put together just any place for Candace and I to speak at, was John and Arena Mappin, the lone donors.
Okay, John and Arena mapping. Okay, so I'm going to give a credit here, right? Like, I'd love to think that Candice like dropped in or Skylar like got in, her assistant Skylar said, "Hey, Candice, you got to check out these two random dudes in the basement in this garden in UK, right?" They just like did all this stuff, but it seems a bit like you know, coincidental that she would go straight for this. But also, she mentions John and Arena mapping, so she's even mentioning what I was saying. Where's your funding coming from? So she's passingly mentioning that, you know, which I'll give a
beautiful letter
Thanks.
that has impacted the world. Like true friends of Charlie, who stood up and said that what Turning Point USA is doing is wrong. So yeah, we had an event and. Obviously, I have first laid eyes on my husband, and I have told you guys the truth. I looked at him, and everyone's like, "Why'd you get engaged after 18 days?" I have never. It's inexplicable. I looked at him, and I felt like I had already known him, and it felt exactly like seeing a sigh of relief. Like it felt like a sigh of relief. I was like, I need to go with him. 2 months later, and with that event in London far behind us, so that was in December that I met my husband. That I convinced Charlie, took his credit card and booked the flights. John and Arena made the event happen. 2 months later in February, something really strange happened. Someone, and I believe it was someone at BuzzFeed, cut a clip of a video from the Q&A portion of that UK event. This is, again, over 2 months later.
That's not super relevant necessarily, but again... It's interesting, the bit that I'm not going to cover in that bit. She'll go on and show a clip of her that someone cut. And I saw that clip itself. I may have seen the person that cut, like, you know, sharing that, where she was at that event in the UK. And she'd made a comment where essentially, like, you know, she was saying that if Hitler had just wanted to keep his focus on making Germany a strong economic nation again, and not had designs on the rest of the world and all of this, then maybe it wouldn't have been so bad. Which was clipped out of context. But even in context, there's another face-farm moment of, like, she's young, she was inexperienced, she didn't necessarily know how to make... But again, it's the same comment that Irish guy that I mentioned earlier made. Yeah, his reform wasn't racist enough for him, basically. So, but again, tying into what we were discussing about her last week, that clip, she's stating this case again that, you know, she's not into Hitler and she's not anti-Semitic. So again, tying into some of the questions we were asking about the relationships in the background there. So, pardon me, that's great that she's addressed this stuff. And again, I'd invite people to go watch it just for the aspect of her giving that background that we were asking the questions about last week, if it is just a little. But where we come to the interesting stuff is her actual research in this episode. And, pardon me. So, she does a lot of work.
Don't smoke, people. It's very bad for you.
She does a lot of work in genealogy, okay, or she looks into genealogy a lot. And this is where the whole Bridget Macron thing came from, which she mentions again at the end of this episode. And we'll do a whole episode on that because obviously Bridget Macron is in a court case at the moment, or a number of cases, involved over whether she's actually Jean-Michel Trogneux. And it turns out that the French tax office even thinks that his name is Jean-Michel Trogneux, which is the latest development on that. Anyway, she's looked into the background of some of the people, and Astor McCoy being a big one, because she's got a big problem with his son in that video, just wandering off on the phone. She's also got a big problem with the way he's jumped up and said, you know, I was his pastor, and, like, you know, he's told us all what to do and all of that. But even more so, she's done some look into their background and their family history and all of that. There's an awful lot of military people involved. So, and also notice that all of the people that she mentions here, we saw in Jimmy Dore's coverage last week of the searches on Google prior to the event. So let's just have a little look, see what she has with that.
And the one thing that has shocked me about Charlie and Turning Point USA is just how many military characters were surrounding him. Even in September 10th, people that were in the hospital, right? Let's just, you know, take a look at the chart that we have put together. And this is in an early phase, but it's interesting at the very least, okay? We've got Frank Turek, and Frank Turek, if we want to go through this, we got Andrew Colbert, Rob McCoy, Mikey McCoy, Tyler Boyer. Let's start with Frank Turek, if we have that card. And Frank Turek, again, has been honest, former officer in the U.S. Navy. And then he turned to Christian apologetics. He has 2 sons that are in the military, fly planes, as well as one of his son's spouses that's in the military. Again, he's never lied about this. Andrew Colvett, by the way, if you don't know, I didn't know. I don't think Charlie knew. Certainly not when Tyler brought him or when he got hired. His brother, Captain Kurt Colvett, is in the military. His cousin, Captain Robert Colvett, is high up in the military. So that's interesting. Very interesting to me, at least, because I just am like, oh, that's kind of something I was not aware of. I thought he was just a PR guy, someone that was working PR and was found and things, went forward. Obviously, Rob McCoy, another pastor, but a pastor with a very strong military background. Pastor Rob McCoy, his father was a naval captain, Roy Edgar McCoy, but also, and this is kind of shocking, his father was also the assistant chief of staff for psychological warfare in the Navy.
Isn't that convenient?
Isn't it?
And doesn't that tie in again? How many other of these situations with your crazy lone killer or serial killer has this been exactly the same case? Yeah. And also, what do we know about Erica's mum and dad? Well, they're both, glow in the dark as well. They both worked in the services one way or another, whether that's military or government services.
Yeah.
Psychological warfare. This is the name of the game. And that trajectory is increasingly interesting to me. I think we have this clip from an investigative journalist named George Webb, who speaks a little bit further about Rob. And obviously, this is Mikey McCoy's family. Take a listen.
McCoy does have this strange military background. He does have this strange, seemingly putting his son in there and guiding the hand for this new apostolic revival. That he is a NAR person. He is the kind of the NAR push for Charlie. Charlie was meeting with NAR. NAR were the $25 million and above donors from the Christian right. The Ziklag was the name of the organization. So all that's correct. That's correct information. And
what happened in my life after that was I went from PragerU, and you got a pastor, from the military, 2 pastors from the military there. I'm telling you, Marissa, straight military. I then went to, obviously, the Daily Wire, and the president at the time of the Daily Wire was also a naval intelligence officer who decided to become a pastor. That was John Lewis. And I'm like, actually, in retrospect, what are the chances that we just have so many military people that are in media?
Yeah. What are the chances? Well, 100%.
Pretty high.
Again, where did the media come from? Where did film come from? Where did any of the strength behind this come from? If people aren't immediately just sat there looking at us now going, well, duh, I got news to you. Hollywood, Pinewood. Again, look into the reason they're called those names as well. Okay, Pinewood, Hollywood. Look into the etymology of them. It's all magical based. Okay, it's because it's generating an illusion. And what did the military realize straight away? This is invaluable for propaganda.
Yeah.
And I mean, Jimmy Stewart, he was a pilot. Yeah. James Cagney, Secret Services. Dude, they've always been military owned and military controlled, and it's not just TV. It's not just certain elements of the media here or there, right? It's everywhere. Video games. I bring this up very frequently. John Carmack, John Romero, the creators of Doom. Okay? Listen to their upbringing. John Romero was writing software for the Department of Defense in by the time he was 13. Yeah? So, these guys, and if you want a more recent example there, Timothy Kane, who developed Fallout and The Outer Worlds. Again, he's very freely admitted as well that, he used to run a company called Troika Games, and most of their money came from government contracts that he's not allowed to talk about. Because most of these video games companies, that's where they're getting their money. And also, that's the data collection and the metrics and feedback metrics. People wonder why you buy a PS5 that's supposedly so much more powerful today, and it runs like a bloody potato compared to a PS2 that ran on a freaking RISC processor, you know, or sorry, a 68,000 or something, or Motorola or whatever. Yeah, like seriously. It's because the back end of these things is so full of telemetric data it's sending back. Like, these games are literally, again, part of the whole digital avatar thing. They are monitoring our culture, monitoring our speech, monitoring everything. We've even got to the point now where to play on Xbox and PlayStation or to communicate and use live services, you got to dox yourself. You got to dox yourself. And it's like, I'm not about to like give you all of my details onto your third-party server to get hacked, just so I can play Halo online. Screw you guys. Yeah? But again, the military has always been behind this. Who developed ARPANET? What is ARPANET? The precursor to the internet, the worldwide. It's all military. It is quite mind-boggling to think that she's been going at this as long as she has, and as successful as she is, and has never come across this. The number, again, my dad working in the industry of telecoms and all that time, and computers, me working between that at one point all the way through into music, video games, I've seen this all over. It's bloody obvious. So, I mean, you know, that's quite interesting that she's discovered that. But again, it shows a certain element of corporation wars as well, as we mentioned earlier, right? What's Rick Rubin doing involved? What's Eric Weinstein doing involved here? You know, why are these people involved? Again, because there's money to be made, but not so much now. I said this in a game video. They don't want your money. They want your mind. They want the influence. You know, and these people wanted to get on board. And again, Blexit, right? What the hell have Weinstein and Rubin got to do with Blexit? These guys are not people to have on your team, as she's pointed out.
Two more Jewish surnames you couldn't wish to find.
And again, unfortunately, that ties into what Kanye's been saying. Yeah, this is like actually lends credence to Kanye's crazy ramblings. You know, and unfortunately, as we pointed out, if you keep doing these things, it's going to get harder and harder to tell people you're not doing these things. It's going to get harder and harder to get up there and say, it's ridiculous. It's absurd. It's offensive, as Bibi loves to do. So, you know, she's obviously talking about these people involved, and like I say, you know,
I think we can all acknowledge that we were lied to about the 30-06, right? I know for a fact Charlie's neck was not destroyed. Certainly was not destroyed. And if I'm lying,
we know we've been lied to about the 30-06, and his neck hasn't been destroyed. Again, oddly, like, you know, pressing on the exact order in which we addressed all of these issues last week, right? So again, she's saying, I don't believe it because she's seen that too. She sees what 30-06 does.
For defamation, and you'll learn exactly how I know that. This is what makes Andrew Colvette's tweet explaining the conversation with the surgeon especially interesting. You remember, he's like, and the surgeon said, well, that would have taken down a moose, and but Charlie's neck, he's the man of steel. And people rightly said that's not the job of the surgeon. That's kind of the job of forensics to say that. The medical examiner would be the right person to say that. By the way, who was the medical examiner? Who were the doctors? And any chance they were military? Any chance they were military? I'm just wondering. And here's what I've discovered.
Say what we've just said, tying into what we talked about last week. The searches on the Google. See if you recognize any of these names she's about to mention it.
Oh, no.
The answer is yes, okay? The doctor who worked on Charlie was Dr. Lee Trotter. And regarding Dr. Lee Trotter, he did his residency on the Air Force Base, right? He completed a residency at the Keesler Air Force Medical Center in Mississippi. I think he actually might be in the Air Force from what I'm looking at. Can't confirm that entirely, but there's a person who matches his name, age, description, living where he's living, who is actually in the Air Force. And he also, for a fact, is a pilot.
As I say, search from Washington, D.C. area at least, if not also Israel.
Interesting. The medical examiner, Dr. Deidre Smith-Amaro, who that would be the appropriate person to have had the conversation with, also someone that in my dream, Charlie told me I should look into. She's a major in the Army.
Recognize that name and photo? Again, search before the event.
She's from the Erickson family, the Erickson Boyd Corporation. is her family.
It's misspelt there. You know what Ericsson we're talking about here?
The Ericsson.
The Ericsson,
two
as in the
Cs
mobile
and
phone
yeah.
company Ericsson, as in telecommunications
Yeah.
networks. Again, tying back to personal linkage between myself, my father, and jobs that we've done, because we used to work with Ericsson on the network, yeah?
She tells people that she is a direct descendant of Leif Erikson. This brings us into like Swedish Freemason stuff, okay? And I'm sure, like I'm certain she's an Erikson, like 1,000% certain that she is an Erikson. She's also now a lesbian. And I'm thinking, why?
Yeah, because took a lot of research. To find that one out. Yeah,
unbelievable.
But she's like just really butch, like building a canoe in her front room or something. I don't know.
Was she? She just made a major in the army. Why did they need this woman in? Why were people researching these doctors and this specific medical examiner? What the heck is going on?
So she just mentions it there. They were being researched before the
Painting a
event.
picture here for you. Okay. I think the military industrial complex that Eisenhower forewarned of, the military industrial complex that shot JFK to maintain power, has created a veneer of reality for us. And it is not so, right? We are under a veil. I think that these corporations, people that are put at the head of these corporations and we're told that they're geniuses or they're just so successful, like Mr. Beast. These are military operations, is what I'm signaling to you guys.
No shit, Sherlock.
Be aware of that. I think this military industrial complex has had a lot of actors. We have military grade actors, some of which I think were there when Charlie got shot. Weird behavior from people. The first people to get booked. It was hard to find a student that spoke to a mainstream media news organization on that day. Something's not right.
Something's not right. Okay, and yeah, like this made me go, you know what? When you mentioned it last week with the Google searches, and you said, like, what if these were set up?
Yeah.
Like, what if it wasn't actually searched from Washington, D.C. or
Easily done.
Israel? And I feel as though I may have been, like, a bit dismissive of it at the time. I did say, you know, that sounds like a bit of an effort, like, compared to it just being them being stupid and not thinking to cover their trail. But now I'm saying that I'm thinking there's way more credence to what you're saying there. I think actually, like, some of that, again, you'd have to be stupid to not think any of these people were totally linked with the military, like any of the other famous people she mentions either. But that's actually starting to lend some serious credence to the idea that that could be a possibility. It could be deliberate distraction, or it could be deliberate ramping up of hatred for that particular Middle Eastern country because it serves a greater purpose, right? So, you know, we've got all of that. There's a lot to take in there. I do suggest you go watch the full episode, but like there's one little clip at the end of it that she plays of the pastor, I believe it is, right? I think it's Pastor McCoy. I'm not sure. She might confirm it in a second. But I also thought his speech was really bizarre because, again, it ties into what we were saying about this whole Judeo-Christian alliance thing, this like conservative Christianism in America, the sort of anti-Palestine, anti-Hamas, and anti-Israeli sentiment. Anti-Islamic sentiment over here. Then you get this guy saying stuff like this, and it just makes it. This guy's been looked at before. He's been interviewed after the event, and he was saying his crying didn't vibe to me. Vibe weren't vibing. He was doing that fake cry thing. I tried to help Charlie and I do it.
Yeah.
So here he is now, giving a bit of a response to like everything that Candace is saying, and just listen to what he says and the way he says it, and I find it like it's actually kind of broadly offensive. So have a little look see at what he's saying.
Here's the last thing I want to make a point of. And Charlie,
sorry. Before we get to that. This is actually TP USA's response to... Sorry, I mixed up the order there. This is TP USA's response to what she was saying about the kid on the phone walking away. But Pastor McCoy claimed that this kid, his son, I believe it is, was on the phone, phoned him immediately after the event, when the video actually shows that the kid was already on the phone, apparently. So that's what kind of caused some consternation with her. And now the Charlie Kirk show with the guy that I mentioned last week is in the middle, this Andrew Kovacs guy, right? he's the guy that I mentioned last week that when interviewed about why the SD cards were taken, he said, well, I spoke to the guy and the guy said there's bad people out. Yeah. So I want you to watch him in particular, and I want you to watch the way he talks, his body language, how this story sort of evolves. And I really hope I can sneak a quick peek while you watch this, right? But yeah, have a little listen to this and pay attention, because like I say, this is so disingenuous. It's crazy.
Because Charlie had given me similar instructions along the years. Said, if anything ever happens to me, you call Erica.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
And he drilled that into Mikey's brain so that when this moment of trauma happened, that he turned around and he knew he had to do it. And by the way, I just last thing, because this is part of the video allegations here, is that they think they're alleging that he was on the phone immediately. He was not. He was taking social videos, which he would send to our group chat, which we would then put on Charlie's social while the event was happening, so you could see like the crowd come in or his interactions. And we were only 2 questions into this event, so he was still getting it out to all the chats he needed to do, which he did at every event. He turns around, and it was so blaringly loud, I'm told. You would know this better than I, but this is what I'm told. It was so blaringly loud, and he was so shell-shocked. He put his fingers in his ear, but his phone was still in his hand. He walks away, and he's...
not even walk. I want to... Because people are talking about that. The way it was is we had a cordoned off area with grates, so you had controlled access. All the people, when this happens, they all get the idea we should leave before we are shot. And so there's a little narrow gap that I think... people, it's not really walking, it's that everyone has to slow up to get through this little narrow choke point to get out of the area.
Okay, elsewhere they say that, so basically he was on the phone, he was holding his ears, okay? And then once he got out into the distance beyond the car that Charlie would be carried into is when he called Erica first and then his father. But in this particular video, he's not standing where you can get a view of Charlie asking a question. So this part is not tracking, okay? Mikey is not standing to the side of Charlie. He is behind. And so if you're saying earlier we're supposed to see him, the best place to stand if you're going to get a video of Charlie asking a question is going to be in a place where you can see both Charlie and the person asking the question. And that's just not where he's standing. So that excuse doesn't make sense to me. Now, maybe he's saying Mikey was there when he was throwing hats out, and he was there trying to send videos thereafter once things got started. That's all possible. I don't know. Regarding him putting his hands up to his ear, it does sound completely plausible to me that if you first hear a gunshot, you're going to naturally do this, right? That kind of makes sense. You're going to go, what was that maybe? And then I think typically you'd get down. And the issue that I have is I never see him take that phone down. Maybe he does, right?
Dude,
maybe he does.
Can I just say, doesn't that seem like a really calm...
Yeah,
and he fits in with a whole bunch of other people. Yeah. Like, the dude walking around the corner that does this selfie. I'll try and get that for next week. And also, I didn't show you the guys with the cameras are moving away. Like, there's a whole bunch of people here moving in ways. Dude... When you've got an active shooter, dude, like this ain't how it goes down, boy. No. This ain't how it goes down.
We don't know for a fact, and so we should be clear that it doesn't look to me like he's just covering his ears there, but maybe he is.
There's a difference.
So what do you make of that? What do you make of that? Like, I mean,
it's murkier every time. More you see of it.
Well, let's break it down. What do you think of the video that she showed there, the clip of the kid with a phone? Like, would you say that kind of looks like what she's saying is happening?
What he's saying is happening, but there's so many things that you wouldn't do, and we go back to what we saw last week. The first thing you wouldn't do after that is jump on top of that chair and move a camera.
Grab the SD cards.
You wouldn't. Yeah.
As for Andrew Kovac in the response, right? Like, crazy. Okay, so do you get the right vibe from that guy?
No.
Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but what I remember him saying was that, like, Charlie, see, one thing that amazes me is how much Charlie can tell people all around the world, from this kid, who happens to be the son of the pastor or whatever, all the way up to Bibi Netanyahu. Yeah. Whether it's telling the kid, hey, if I get my face blown off by a 30-06 at like 200 meters, right, or 200 feet, right, allegedly, the first thing you do is call my wife.
Yeah.
Why that kid
Yeah.
Why not, like, I don't know, any of the adults or anyone else or multiple people? Surely you'd have multiple of them all grabbing the phone and trying to call Erica and say, yo, I hate to tell you this, but, you know, Charlie told me to tell you that he's just been shot.
Yeah.
Right? And just
quite random in itself anyway.
It doesn't make any sense, does it? I mean, like the body language guy, Jesus Enrique Rosas, he's got a great breakdown on the body language
name
of this.
as well.
Great name, yeah. It commands respect. It commands rolling those arse, man. But the body language guy, well worth checking out. He covers like the language seen right there in that video. I mean,
you could pull that apart frame by frame. The body language there, the whole way.
This guy's got a script. Yeah. Like from their bad people around SD card to this moment right here, script terrific.
Yeah.
I mean, it is as scripted as you could give. Like, he's literally sounds like he's reading off a teleprompt or he's been practicing. I mean, this guy's gifted the gab enough. I feel like he just rolls his stuff off the top.
Oh yeah,
he could practice at home, but he probably doesn't need to.
No,
but I mean, there's just like. What an insane response. You know what I mean? And tell me that you're guilty without telling me you're guilty again. So, as I mentioned, we got a pasta thing here now, right? So, I think this is Pastor McCoy Sr., the father, I think.
Yeah.
I could be wrong again, correct me if I'm wrong in the comments or in the chat, right? And he is on his own show, and he's responding to what Candace has been saying here and everything. Like I say, again, like with Kovacs before, listen to the way this guy talks, man.
Between a possibility and evidence for a possibility. You can speculate on anything you want, but unless you have evidence, shut up. Okay?
Yeah? You hear that?
Yeah.
Let me just play that one more time
This
from
is a
the
man
beginning.
of God, isn't it? Tell him to shut up.
There's a difference between a possibility and evidence for a possibility. You can speculate on anything you want, but unless you have evidence, shut up. Okay? Because all you're doing is causing dissension among the brothers, which is something the Lord hates. If you want to present a possibility...
we all can say that. Y'all can't say that. The brothers...
But in which brothers... is he talking, just going back to these shadowy groups of people? These people that
Does he mean the Brotherhood, the Islamic Brotherhood, the Muslim Brotherhood? Sorry, like who's this Brotherhood, bro?
Yeah.
And
CIA, the Masons, you name it.
Yeah.
And say, well, this
Something
could
the Lord
be true.
hates.
Of course.
Okay, it could be true, but don't accuse people for doing something for which you have no evidence. I heard today, I guess I hadn't seen it myself, but I heard today she was judging people who didn't act the right way. I don't know if anyone seen this video? She, according to Candace Owens, these people did not act the right way after Charlie's death. Like my friend Mikey McCoy, the brilliant 24-year-old who at the time when Charlie was shot was 23 and was a hero that day. He apparently
There is no meme for that.
There is.
There is.
What?
A 23-year-old who was a hero. What? For standing there while someone got shot and then making a phone call? Bro, I mean, like, dude, like, if that's how you be a hero, then I've got to be like, I've got to be a freaking demigod right now.
didn't act the right way, according to Candace Owens. He didn't act normal. Newsflash, there is no normal when you're in shock. There is no normal when an abnormal thing happens. Some people are going to act one way, other people are going to act another way. You don't know how you would react. I didn't know how I would react. The only reason that I did what I did is because I thought about it beforehand. I was afraid somebody would take a shot at Charlie, and I thought to myself, if it does happen, what am I going to do? Decide now. And what I wanted to do would do anything I could to save him.
Like, I mean, again,
sort of person. This is not even like close protection for the president.
No,
who run through scenarios what we would do.
Yeah,
it beggars belief.
How could Charlie become such a target?
Exactly.
I mean,
I know I went on last week. I'd never heard of him. He obviously is a lot more famous.
Well, I will also retract what I said last week. Yeah, like he is big within his realm, but you are correct as well in the broader sense of things. We're not talking about we're not talking about Kanye West here, are we? No. Everyone knows who he is.
Yeah,
right. Whether you like him or not. Not necessarily everyone did know who Charlie Kirk was. For sure. Not to the level where I find it not suspicious in the slightest that this guy. Thought Charlie Kirk was going to get shot.
He thought he was going to get shot, and people thought he was going to get shot. Where's the security? Where is the sweeps? And
well, again, that ties into the whole other bunch of things new things on the day. And Candice talks about that in this episode as well, and she's talked about it before. Is there's a whole bunch of things that were new on the day, like his microphone being put on after he went out, which never happened before.
Yeah.
And it was done by a new person who was part of a new group that had only just been introduced that day. Where have we heard that sort of thing before? Like, the works being done on the Twin Towers before 9/11 by a new group that had only been introduced that previous couple of weeks. So, like none of this. Again, it just gets curiouser and curiouser.
It does.
None of it makes
sense. The more
sense.
you dig deep, the murkier it gets.
Yeah, absolutely. And like he said there, right? If you've got an opinion,
shut the fuck up.
Exactly. And do you know who else is saying shut the fuck
up?
up?
In the Bible, I believe. I think God said that, didn't he?
Apparently, well, that's the other thing that gets me. Who's this guy to say what disturbs the brothers or not?
Yeah.
Like, God doesn't like it. The Lord hates that. Does he?
Yeah, he hates
what,
that.
Are you suddenly like the voice of the Lord? Yeah. Are you his orator? Are you intrinsically linked somehow that we don't realise? Did you write the Bible? Like, that is such a ridiculous stance for any preacher of any sort.
But you find a lot of these ones, especially in the American Bible Belt, are that entrenched.
Yes.
They are.
Yeah.
They speak to, he came to me and he said
again, with Candice, with Charlie's come to me in dreams and told me who to look for. And she, again, like I say, I love Candice to bits, but some bits even blow my mind at the time. This is a bit out there for even me.
Yeah.
Like the whole, like, God guided me to the UK to meet.
Yeah.
But then the randomness of her addressing all of this like we addressed her last week, even that could be a sign of that, However, who else is saying you got to shut the fuck up?
Who is?
Other than that pastor. Well, I heard today, just before coming on air, breaking news, Kash Patel has said he's shutting down any investigation into any foreign agency or entity being involved in the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Oh, they know for a fact there's nobody else involved. Interesting.
And yes, that is interesting because, number one, you could look at that as, well, he's just running defense, right? Because it's so obviously Israel and Mossad, which you could easily say that from a lot of the stuff we covered.
Yeah.
Like, well, it kind of, it wouldn't surprise me is the best way to say that. But then you look at the Google searches, the Washington, D.C. thing, the deep state, again, the JFK, the same people knocking him off. And again, it ties in beautifully. The same people that knocked off JFK and all of this, it'll tie into this next segment. All of that's under the table because they know it was their own people.
Yeah.
I mean, this doesn't look good either way you look at it, right? Like the way that Kash just turns around and says, right, we're shutting down any investigation into anyone else being responsible, because then it's like, okay, then it has to be you.
Yeah.
Especially since the only other searches are coming from Washington, D.C., right? And apparently the FBI, Jimmy Dore, has posted more. Apparently more searches have come up and the FBI have been looking for things. So, yeah. Kash has turned around and said, you absolutely cannot talk about this, which is interesting. It's curious. Because he's also been announcing something else this week, which takes us into our final segment. And what was that he announced this week? This huge Kash the Dash and the Untouchables cracked the US sports betting mafia.
Of course they did.
So you remember we did mention this last week, right? And I did very immediately say to you, I have a feeling I know where this is going and why this is happening.
Yeah.
But also, like, who exactly was it you busted here? Like, which... You can say we busted the mafia. Which mafia? Yeah, the Italian mafia, the Jewish mafia, the gay mafia, which one was it? So, let's quickly have a look at Kash. I say, segueing beautifully in from, like, shut up about Israel or anyone else to this amazing, huge huge achievement. Let's see him talk about his huge achievement.
Good morning. Today we are here in New York to announce a historic arrest across a wide-sweeping criminal enterprise that envelops both the NBA and La Casa Nostra. The men and women up here standing with me represent a small portion of the leadership team that brought profound justice in an era that needed it more than any.
Profound justice. I am the law. You know, profound. I love the phrases they come out. It's profound. Freaking. This is 2000 AD, man.
I'll just highlight some of the details in the case and the FBI work, and then you'll hear from the others. But as you now know, individuals such as Chauncey Billups, Damon Jones, and Terry Rozier were taken into custody today. Former, current NBA players and coaches. What you don't know is that this is an illegal gambling operation and sports rigging operation that spanned the course of years. The FBI led a coordinated takedown across 11 states to arrest over 30 individuals today responsible for this case, which is very much ongoing. Not only did we crack into the fraud that these perpetrators committed on the grand stage of the NBA.
You see that pause there as he looked from one auto cue to the other. Like, guys, just learn how to speak, for God's sake.
Terrible. Entered and executed a system of justice against La Casa Nostra to include the Bonanno.
Execute a system of justice against the Casa Nostra.
Gambino, Genovese, and Lucchesi.
Pay attention here, yeah? Bonanno, Gambino, Genovese, and Lucchesi.
And you'll hear more about those details today.
There you go.
Yeah.
Like, the minute that this news broke, I was like, wait, what? It wouldn't happen to be these families, right? And I'll explain why in a minute.
The charges and the arrests that were taken down across this country range from wire fraud, money laundering, extortion, robbery, illegal gambling. This FBI will leave no room for any perpetrator of crime across this country. You hear a lot about our work of defending the homeland and crushing violent crime.
Well, this work is your president and your members of your cabinet.
Also representative of a colossal portion of the FBI's mandate to keep America safe and to keep our entertainment industry fair and secure. The men and women that are standing up here today worked tireless hours, days, months, and years. And the fraud is mind-boggling. It's not hundreds of dollars. It's not thousands of dollars. It's not tens of thousands of dollars. It's not even millions of dollars. We're talking about tens of millions of dollars in fraud and theft and robbery across a multi-year investigation. And we could not have done it without our interagency partners that are before us today. The NYPD, HSI, and teams of law enforcement officials from around the country made this day possible. It takes a team to bring this kind of justice, sweeping justice, into the halls of the United States courtrooms, where our brave United States attorney has led this prosecution. It takes courageous prosecutors.
Courageous prosecutors to pick up that pen and sign the document and say, arrest that guy. The bravery.
To stand before you and say, we will not allow this kind of illicit activity to happen, not only at the national sporting level, but also where it hides in La Casa Nostra. And when these two collided together, they perpetrated a fraud that is historic in terms of not just money, but the scheme and the deceit that they utilize to steal and swindle people from money, to include crypto fraud.
This isn't the way this is even written to include crypto fraud. Like, this is
more buzzwords.
I don't know. Yeah, like these speeches are. Why can't you just come out and say, "Look, I cracked some heads.
Cracked it. We've done it. They're arrested.
End on."
That showcases to you that under President Trump's administration, there is no room for any type of criminal behavior, be it on the world's largest stage or in the back rooms of tiny parlors where guard games are being plugged. We are proud.
I imagine a few people are being plugged as well, right?
And here today with the men and women of the FBI and this legal team. And to the United States Attorney, I just want to thank you personally for taking the time to display the work that the media is about to hear about today in detail. As I said, it does take courageous prosecutors, but it takes a courageous United States Attorney to bring this case, because we are going to take
a really courageous attorney. publishing the damn Epstein files, right? That would be crazy.
But we don't shy away in this administration. We don't say no. What we do is we bring the results across the finish line.
Unless it's releasing the Epstein files, right? And then you definitely say freaking no.
We bring them to the public. We bring you accountability. And yes, they will have their day in court, and you will hear the evidence through the court system exclusively. We will not deny anyone of due process. And that's the brilliance of this system. That's the brilliance of this administration. Everyone will be held to account. So with that, I turn it over to United States Attorney Nocella. Thank you.
Okay, so there you go. There's the announcement, right? Like, so it's like, where to start with this one?
Indeed.
Let's try and keep this light. So immediately I was like, I know who they've gone for, right? If you heard within there. So let's just summarize, right? It's a major federal takedown of sports betting corruption across the US. Yeah, what was it? He said over 11 states, okay, including New York and Las Vegas, which are the obvious ones to hit, right? Over 30 individuals, including Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups, who mainly involved with the NBA. But I believe it was Billups is also entangled with the poker and the card games, which again, I was saying, you know, I know there's business going on there. What with my prior links to the gambling industry and having worked for a certain company that might or might not have been owned by a certain person that we're going to get to in just a minute, right? You see where I'm going with this, right? But if you listen to the families involved, so I immediately said, it's the Italians. I immediately said, this is the Italians, right? Because obviously, the question was which mafia. Well, obviously the Italian La Casa Nostra. Have you ever heard La Casa Nostra, like maybe thrown around in a film or something?
Yeah.
Any particular film or series of films? Maybe a trilogy?
Mafia film, any...
So I'd really hoped to have this to play over Cash. I'll probably edit it in afterwards, but while Cash was talking, I really wanted to have the end of the Godfather one with the camera just panning back and the doors playing.
Definitely.
Because who was Vito Corleone? Where did his name come from?
Go on.
Vito Genovese, of the Genovese family.
Yes.
Who was mentioned right there.
Indeed.
Along with the Gambino family. I'm
Yes.
sure you've heard of the
yes.
Gambinos. Yeah, and Childish Gambino, obviously, you play on that. And the Bonanno family. And so, the straight up Italian mafia. All of the ones that were linked with Vegas, all the ones that are linked in New York, all the ones that are linked with the Colombo family.
Yeah.
All the ones linked with the Quay twins. Yeah. All the ones that aren't linked with someone else that I might get onto in a second, yeah. But I mean, this is interesting, is it not? Because again, who are these families intrinsically tied up with? What we've just been speaking about, and Candace was just speaking about.
Yeah.
Who did JFK sit there and say we need to watch out for?
Yeah. Yeah.
And mafia.
Yeah.
Right. And who was it?
Well, that's it, isn't it? You drop it.
So yeah, so that's very interesting, is it not?
All links back as ever.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was thinking, because we'll get to this, we'll get to the real nuts and bolts of this in a second. But like, do you want to actually see like an example of the rig? So for those that don't get it, right, like this is a rigging situation where there's sports fixing. So some of these people have been accused of like going injured in the middle of games, so the games could be thrown and stuff. And with the poker one, that one gets super cool. They're saying they're using X-ray tables and like shuffling machines. And the shuffling machine, I can definitely accredit that. Yep, like at Scientific Games, which I worked at. Right, there was issues with card shufflers. There's even a guy who actually forwarded them out at millions of dollars as well through fiddling the back end. So they've got other things like wireless devices, all this. So yeah, they've been doing that. But like, you think all this advanced stuff, right? I'm gonna use a clip from the Roach King here. Shout out to Aspen Gold, because he found like an example, apparently example of one of the guys that's been matched on it. Tell me how quality this looks.
You told me this guy was betting on the outcome of NBA games. You don't say.
And still going.
He just passed it to the other team.
You're not even trying. You're not even trying to hide it, bro. Like, you're not even trying to go in and be like, oh, well, geez, guys, I made a mistake. You're not even good enough to do that, and you're popping off doing this shit. Oh, my God. Mind you, he's getting paid $26 million a year. Yeah, I bet he's going to be getting fined even more than that, and it's going to be bad. It's oh, my God. Look at this. Who is this guy?
Oh, no, the next bit. Doesn't even go for the ball. Doesn't even try to go for it.
Guys, having a tough night. Oh, jeez.
I'm having a bad night.
Honestly, like, if you just play this footage in a courtroom in front of a jury, all you need is a jury of 8 people that know how to play basketball. Play this footage in front of them, and they'll be like, oh. Yeah, no, he did that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, for sure.
I mean,
he did.
again, I'm not the biggest basketball fan, but yeah, that's pretty freaking obvious, right? It's like
having a tough night.
Oh yeah, turning it over again, right? So this assumes it's happened before too.
Look at this one as well.
And he turned it over.
No way!
That's exactly what he's doing.
No way! That's just a mistake, right? It's not a big deal.
Of course it is.
Rozier with a 9-1-1 comes up short. And on barrel. Rozier contested three.
Bro, these guys had an imposter on their team. That's insane. This guy's throwing the games like crazy. Oh my God. Guilty as Uncle Ruckus would say. Yep, that's right. It makes you question a lot of things with professional sports. I mean, I do think that sports betting, I mean, this is my outlook on it, right? Legalizing sports betting, I think that, I mean, like, ask yourself the question, has it been a net positive or a net negative on society that now in the U.S., every single sports event, because here's the thing, right, is like there's such a massive industry of this. Like there's a gas station I went to, and they even have slot machines that they're playing at the gas station. Like gambling is now, I think it's getting a lot bigger. I think the reason why gambling is getting so big now, I'll tell you the reason why. It's because a lot of people have no hope and no money, and they want to just put their money and their hope into something, and for them, that's going to be gambling.
Yeah, and like it's interesting because I mean we've had this in our country. You remember Bruce Grobbelaar?
Yeah,
and that. But I do wonder, is there something coming? Because again, in this country, the gambling companies have been falling all over the place. I mean, William Hill got done because they weren't taking care of their gamblers properly.
Yeah.
This whole idea that you can set limits on gambling machines doesn't work.
No.
Like we tested that. We literally tested it, and I was making the point of you can just circumvent this and just say, give me another half hour or let me spend another £100 and they'll do it.
Not going to stop you.
It's not actually stopping anything.
No.
And I believe they got done for that. There's another case of a guy that I believe had actually lost his life. He took his own life because he was getting paid out and paid out and paid out and paid out, and then suddenly lost it all. And we have seen a massive explosion in this country. And one of the things that happened was they started trying to move away from the bookie and away from the bingo hall and away from slot machines to mobile.
Yeah.
And internet.
So it takes a certain person. Everyone would bet on the Grand National back in the day, but you wouldn't see those people in a betting shop any other day of the year. But you also knew people, you knew uncles and granddads habitually would go at the bookies, have a couple of fags, throw some money at horses.
Yeah,
that's their thing. But you wouldn't. No one else to think about going in there. It was an elite, not elite club. You know what I mean? It was a different pastime.
Yeah.
You go to the, we go to the races. I don't know how this works really. How do you put a bet on? It was like a murky underworld of a different era. But like I say, now you can get your phone up. You can do your roulette. You won't go to casino. Maybe once a year as a treat. You go to casino for a special thing. Now it's everywhere.
And do you know why one of the key reasons that they're moving to mobile and internet?
Snare more people.
Regulation.
Yeah, really.
Yes, you can completely avoid a whole heap of regulation by going web. And that's what Scientific Games did, basically. They invested very heavily into that before, they've gone, they're now taken over by another company. I should probably do a whole episode on that because there's a lot to it, and it ties directly into this obviously, because, again, I worked for that company. And the person we're going to go over to in a second here to finish up this segment with, to make that link, to put that link in that you're going to go, anyone that watched last week or anyone that follows any of this in detail, we're going to go to a wonderful woman, Anya K, on her channel Through the Eyes Of. And it's really interesting because she also worked, funnily enough, not even tangentially, same as me, pretty much directly, under these people involved in this situation, right? And it's funny to see it from her perspective. Now, I haven't got all of her video, obviously. I've got some clips from her. But it is very, very interesting because, again, we come back to, the Kirk thing, the Kash thing, Charlie Kirk, Kash Patel to this now, brings us like it did last week, back to the same people again. And, Donald Trump's front and center here, right? I mean, he is lavishly involved with the Taj Mahal. Does anyone remember the Taj Mahal situation with Donald Trump? Vegas gambling, all of this. There's a whole lot of stuff about Bond and Maxwell we could go into, but let's just jump back. Do you remember what I played last week in the Knesset with Donald Trump in Israel?
Yes.
Thanking certain people.
That is it.
And do you remember I mentioned a certain video with certain people in a certain country handing out globs of cash?
Yes.
Well, she found it. God bless Anya. She found it.
Excellent.
So let's have a little look at Anya. And I think you'll recognise the point at which this... I hope I've got this lined up right. The point at which this video starts. But let's just take a quick look at this because, again, like I say, who does this serve to benefit?
Miriam, stand up, please. She really is. I mean, she loves this country. She loves this country. Her and her husband are so incredible. We miss him so dearly. But I actually asked her, I'm going to get her in trouble with this, but I actually asked her once, I said, so Miriam, I know you love Israel. What do you love more, the United States or Israel? She refused to answer. That might mean Israel, I must say.
Okay, so obviously it's horrendously anti-Semitic statement.
Thank you, darling, for being here.
All right, so some of you might be probably wondering, why am I showing you this? And that is because this is very interesting how life is. We will get to that comment about me and Las Vegas. Very interesting. Before we get there to Las Vegas business and where the money was made, allegedly, most of the money, those $60 billion.
Just for context, like I say, she's referring to the fact that she worked in Vegas and she worked in the Wynn estate in Vegas, and Wynn built a series of casinos in Vegas. Again, this will tie back into people like Bond films and the Vegas shooting and stuff like that, if we wanted to go into that. But she's also done her research. She did some research into where has that 60 billion that he mentioned Adelson had come from. Yeah. And obviously she stumbled across the company I worked for and the gambling and, like I mentioned, the whole corruption trial and whether she could take bribes and stuff. So Anya has stumbled into this. She's done the research and found the company that I was mentioning that I worked for that Adelson owns. And she's going through the process of linking this up too now, right? Which for me, again, is vindication. Because I've known this since at least 91, right?
He said, well, if you look at the search for how much net worth this particular person has, I came across $37 or $38 billion, but God only knows because they're not going to report all of it, right?
And it should be mentioned as well, being Israeli, you can't take money out of Israel. So does that include, like what she's funding figure-wise, does that include what's in Israel? Because often I don't think you're going to find that detail outside of Israel, I believe.
Short clip. You're going to see this woman, Miriam, with her husband, late husband. Let's just take a listen to what they have to say, and then I'm going to present you another very interesting video with both of them.
Takes her a minute. She'll get there. Bad internet.
He said that the Adelson family has nothing to gain except that which is in our heart. I am not Israeli. The uniform that I wore in the military, unfortunately, was not an Israeli uniform. It was an American uniform, although my wife was in the IDF. And one of my daughters was in the IDF.
Yeah,
and
hear that? Yeah. And this has been brought up. I think Trump even brought this up. That Sheldon said that unfortunately it wasn't an Israeli one. But his wife's in the IDF.
Yeah.
Miriam's been in the IDF. And his daughter. And his son. Wait till you hear what he says about this.
Two little boys. Our two little boys, one of whom will be bar mitzvah tomorrow. Hopefully he'll come back. Thank you. Hopefully he'll come back. His hobby is shooting, and he'll come back and be a sniper for the.
Isn't that what a lovely little dinner time and after dinner anecdote? Is I'm looking forward to my son coming back to the IDF and shooting kiddies in Gaza. Because that's ostensibly what they do, is it not? Right? Like, okay.
The IDF. All we care about is being good Zionists, being good citizens of Israel, because even though I'm not Israeli born, Israel is in my heart. Somebody said that the Adelson family has nothing to gain.
Good Zionists. Even listen to the way you said, I'm just going to be a good little boy. I'm just going to do what I'm told.
Honest, believe me.
I'm just going to do what you're told because she found the clip. Which, again, all you people last week that might have seen what I said about the Chabad, Leibovitz, and their monies. This also happened with Bill Gates. This did also happen with Bill Gates. This was also reported by The Guardian on both occasions. But God bless Anya, she found it. So just in case any of you wanted some absolute proof of this, right? Check this one out.
So here you're going to see this person who was the main rabbi.
And she's talking about Rabbi Schneerson. You ever heard of Rabbi Schneerson? No. People need to go do some research into Rabbi Schneerson. Do you remember a story recently, a while back, about tunnels in New York?
Yes, all the
Jewish tunnels,
Jews. Yeah.
Okay, so hold on to that thought while she goes on. But she's talking about Schneerson here now, okay?
Schneerson, who they called in Chabad Lubavitch the Messiah. They even call him the Messiah.
You know about
Chabad
Lubavitch? Yeah, like Chabad Lubavitch, anyone out there, it's a certain sect, a particular sect of, fairly interesting people in Israel, okay, like happen to be of the Jewish order, but again, as we pointed out last week, it's got nothing to do about Jewishness. There's agendas going on here, right? But again, Schneerson, Chabad Lubavitch.
Same Chabad Lubavitch that has the headquarters in Brooklyn, New York, where the tunnels were found, the strange tunnels story. This is the same movement, okay?
Yeah.
So you're gonna see this couple, embracing this particular rabbi. There is no translation, guys, so just look at the video. There is a translator that is trying to translate, which is really awkward because the rabbi speaks English very well, but for some reason he is just using different language, talking to her and him. So let's take a listen.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is as well? Why would he use, I'm going to guess they're speaking Yiddish.
Yes.
Okay, but again, why would you do that? Yeah. Why would you entertain the press in English and then specifically speak to these two people in a language that only a modicum of people don't understand?
I mean, look.
Wait for it. And again, they did this with with Bill Gates as well. Unfortunately, Anya's like in a room in the middle of like Poland or something, so internet ain't great. Okay, see what's going on here? So context, who's that in the video? Sheldon.
Yeah.
And Miriam Adelson. And here you have Rabbi Schneerson from the Chabad Lubavitch. What's he up to?
Money changing hands.
Like I mentioned last week. Remember who the money's coming from. Remember who your paymaster is. Yeah, you do exactly what you tell me to.
למה לא שיחיד ילד צריך להכניס אחלה אחות לכל הפחות. תברך בשורות טובות והצלחה רבה. פסול יפה. זה כבר יש לך ילד בן ובס, זה בשביל הבן והבת הבנים. ברכה והצלחה.
Yeah, Dodge, right? Sus.
Children to be born. Children to be born, okay. Thank you very much. I hope so.
And he says, like, thank you very much, and I hope so in English at the end there, does Adelson. So, I mean, you know, pretty definitive, right?
Absolutely.
And this is definitely not a fake video because, as I say, I remember 1991. I remember The Guardian specifically covering this. I believe it also made, like, TV news as well, because I remember seeing the video. And they were saying, is there too much influence from the Chabad Lubavitch going on here? And that got shut down real quick. But again, like I say, this happened with Gates as well. Gates has done this, and I believe it's a rite of passage. Like, many people have been through this thing. So, again, like, we looked at the video that this video started with of him in the Knesset, and what we were saying there last week, or Jimmy Dore was pointing out, was, you know, I pointed out, he did what Sheldon wanted in the end. In the first term, Sheldon wanted him to move the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem and recognise Jerusalem as the capital. Trump said, well, Trump didn't get it done, and Netanyahu himself is not in his best interest to do it. Again, we discussed that, right? And then we get to that speech, as Jimmy Dore pointed out, is like, I got it done, I did it for your money. Yeah? Well, like I said, what else is Trump doing for Adelson's money? As $100 million, potentially the biggest or second biggest funder of his campaigns, right? So rewind just like 20-30 minutes, and who have they just busted but all of the Adelson's competition?
Yes.
Okay, and we are getting into epic Godfather level event here, right? Because again, go watch the Godfather 1, 2, and 3. Because I haven't got a clip just here, but Anya does point out the Vatican mix-up. You know, the way John Paul I and all that, which, again, if you watch The Godfather 3, lowest rated in films, possibly most relevant to what's going on this second. Because as she points out, you think this is all just one... No, the Vatican's up there. They had blooming Benito Mussolini in the Vatican. Like, they signed contracts, the Vatican signed contracts, concordances with the Nazis and stuff, right? Okay. And if you observe, like, even John Paul II would kiss the ring of mafia people or bow to the mafia. And again, is that not even in The Godfather? Right? He said, I'm on part 1 at the moment, I'm watching through them again, the director's cuts, but again, like, how convenient I'm watching that. And this crops up and everything falls exactly into place. The Gambinos, the Genovese, the Bonanos, all of them tied up in exactly, like I say, Don Vito Corleone is called Vito because of Vito Genovese. Right? And right here, he moved to Jerusalem because of her money. They kept Marco Rubio because of her money. Now could we potentially see that he has taken out their gambling competition in the United States for her money?
Sure sounds that way.
It sure does. And the thing is, like I've been saying as well, I mentioned this last week, the Greater Israel Project, and the fact that you've got like these Chabad Lubavitch turning up and Hasidic Jews turning up in Ukraine, and they've started locking down those villages, so now only the Jewish people can get in there, and they've got their own police and all of that. And there's obviously a broader thing going on. And again, one of the reasons I strongly suggest people check out Anya Kay Through the Eyes of, because like she immediately went to where I was pointing people in the direction of. This is not just one side here, right? Look what else she discovered with Schneerson, which again, I remember this in 2012, 2013 when this actually happened. So when all of this is transpiring now, for me, again, it's slightly vindication, but also just affirmation of what I already have been researching. She's found it too, so check this out.
Now, you think this is just Trump, and you know that Schneerson and the billionaires, just American. Well, not really necessarily, because we're gonna go to this, and I have been showing this to you for the last 2 weeks now, and once I discovered this, I'm like, no, thank you. So let me show you this. Visiting the Jewish Museum and Tolerance. This is from official site of President of Russia. So here we have President Putin. Right behind him is the portrait of the same rabbi that you just saw. This is the Rabbi Schneerson.
Yeah, okay. Just in case you didn't hear that, this is visiting the Jewish Museum and Tolerance Center. Vladimir Putin, as Steven Seagal likes to call him, my good friend Putin.
Who that billionaire family was donating money to in 1991. This is the leader of the Chabad Lubavitch movement, and this is the same billionaire family that is supporting Trump's campaign. Okay, who loves Israel. So this Jewish Museum and Tolerance Center. This is official website. I put the link down below. From 2013, you think, oh, so this is all
the tolerance center as well, museum and tolerance center.
We'll tolerate you.
Yeah, that's not really. Again, isn't it? Like I said last week, doesn't that tie into that sort of worrying epithet that we had about 80 years ago? It's like we have to tolerate these people.
Yeah.
Wasn't that what we were fighting against?
Yeah.
When we sent thousands of our troops over there. Hey, whatever.
Doesn't matter. Well, it's not. Look at my previous videos. You see the connection is still very strong. There is a rabbi designated for the Russian Federation. Lazar is his name. So what is this about? Vladimir Putin visited the Jewish Museum and Tolerance Center, where Hebrew books and manuscripts from the Schneerson collection are housed. So this one has his archives in this museum in Moscow. How nice. I never went there when I was visiting. I don't think even if I would know then what I know now, I wouldn't go there. The president got acquainted with the work of the new specialized library department, which operates as a branch of the Russian State Library. The Schneerson Library is a collection of Hebrew books and manuscripts dating from the 18th century to the beginning of the 20th, and includes about 12,000 books and 50,000 rare documents. I wonder what kind of documents. Vladimir Putin
and also, I wonder how many of those documents, as we mentioned it last week, were written by Elizabeth Maxwell or Persimmon Press or someone related to that. Because again, I'm not putting it out, she was our main person behind Holocaust history. Which again, it's interesting. It's interesting. As I say, it's curious, right?
He proposed housing the unique collection at the Tolerance Center in February this year during a meeting of the Presidential Council for interethnic relations. So here is what Putin is saying. I'm not going to read you all of this. Or maybe let me read you what he said.
Okay, so she's going to read you what he said. And I say we're coming to the end here, right? But I just want you to remember the speech that Trump gave last week. And you remember what I was saying about not Trump. Bibi. The importance of the American Israeli military support, how they support each other, and how the Israeli people, by extension potentially in Bibi's mind the Jewish people, always stood strong next to America. So remember all that speech, rhetoric we heard last week, and now listen to this. Tell me if it sounds kind of familiar.
President of Russia Vladimir Putin says, "Friends, good afternoon. I will begin by saying that Russia has been a home to the Jewish people for centuries. Since its very inception, Russia has evolved as a multi-ethnic state, and Jewish individuals have made enormous intellectual, military, and labor contributions to the development of our nation." I'm not going to comment about the Bolsheviks' revolution, but let's continue. Throughout all times, they stood shoulder to shoulder with the other peoples to Russia to defend our nation when necessary, and, as I already said, contributed greatly to its development. I am very pleased that the Jewish Museum and Tolerance Center, which opened a year ago, so it was, 2012? Yeah, a year ago, continues these traditions, showcasing the history of the Jewish people in Russia and in world history overall. It is making and will continue to make a significant input into its purpose of developing the very tolerance I just spoke of. So this guy from this crazy movement, the children trafficking, sacrifice, adrenochrome in Brooklyn, New York, of course, it's just conspiracy.
So I'm just going to chuck in one of them for a second there, right? Because obviously she just said the
whole
words.
Rabbit
She just said all the trigger words in one there.
Yeah.
So that's our algorithmically challenged moment
That
again, right there,
it.
right? But again, this week's conspiracy is next week's fact, right? And there is unfortunately an awful lot of credence, especially when you go back and look into that tunnel situation.
Oh, yes.
There's good stuff in what she's saying here.
I'm talking about. So this is the guy. This is the leader. Of course, he didn't build the tunnels, but he kind of suggested for those young rabbis to build them. So they did. They built them. Let's continue. We feel that interfaith peace and inter-ethnic and inter-religious harmony are the foundation for the existence and further development of the Russian state. I agree with this sentence, but I don't agree with the Chabad-Lubavitch idea.
And
Let's
ostensibly,
continue.
again, is this sounding familiar? Okay, it's again like, again, the statement's not wrong. Like she says, the statement is not wrong. Like, to be able to, relate to each other, interfaith, intersocially, whatever, yeah, good. Right, but like not under the means they're going about it.
The Schneerson Library is of interest and great value to Jewish people, not just for Russian Jews, but those living in other nations around the world as well. I hope that when it is transferred to the Jewish Museum and Tolerance Center, this problem will be closed once and for all, because any individual, regardless of whether he or she lives in Russia or abroad, can freely visit and view these rare books. People can view, study, and hold these books in their hands. I would say no, thank you. They can use them to draw knowledge that is highly necessary in today's world, because these books set forth eternal moral and ethical values which serve as the basis for any civilized society existing today. I wonder what the Palestinians would say.
Yeah.
I met with many of the people sitting in this hall several years ago when rabbis from all around Russia gathered for a meeting at the Kremlin. I know that you, like any military organization, have some job rotation. Job rotation.
You, like any military operation, have some job rotation. Interesting choice of words. And watch how he scrambles that in a sec.
I hope there are some new faces here today as well. I want to wish you success. Naturally, when I talk about you, military organization, that was a joke, was it? But a great deal of responsibility lies on your shoulders in educating people, supporting each individual that adheres, I mispronounce, to Judaism during difficult moments in their lives. Like Ivanka Trump too, huh? And such a moments, I don't know if it was a difficult moment, but in her life, but she, And such moments occur in the lives of every person of any faith. And here, a kind word and a clergy member's steady hand are always needed. You have a difficult, highly responsible, and exceedingly honorable mission. I want to wish you success. Thank you.
So, that was Putin.
Yeah.
In 2013. Off the back of Schneerson, telling him to set up, or apparently I think she said Putin invited Schneerson to set that up.
Yeah.
Schneerson, who is seen there obviously handing over dollars to Adelson and the good widow Miriam. who obviously handing that straight over to Trump and saying, "Do what you do." By the looks of it, it would appear allegedly. So there you go again, right? Like there is tonight's menagerie of interestingly linked stuff. I mean, obviously the little UK bit there is not necessarily directly linked as much as it was last week. But again, if you look at the policies going on and what we covered last week, and you're looking for who might be funding this, who might be funding that, certainly look through the Tommy Robinson thing, and we see that Likud had him over specifically. Musk is funding his court case. Someone paid for his teeth. When you start looking like here, well, now you're starting to think, well, hold on, how much of this is Dan Adelson's influence as well? You know, and Sheldon's influence beyond the grave, and Miriam's influence currently. So, I mean, could it be any more stark? It just the more days that go past, and the deeper, like you say, the murkier it gets. The more of it again all pulls back to the same place. And it, like Anya says, it's not just the Americans, it's not just those billionaires, it's the Russians and their billionaires as well. And obviously Ukraine is seeing this sort of stuff going, and hasn't that fallen off the news map?
Yes.
You know, and I bet no one's reporting like I say, these weird like sects of like, you know, Shabbat turning up and taking over entire towns.
Yeah.
Whilst, like I said yesterday, they systematically remove as many Slavics as possible. So, once again, ladies and gentlemen, that is one hell of a mixy mess, isn't it?
It is. We have come around a big circle as ever.
Yeah, but hopefully, again, this has given some food for thought of what's going on in the world today.
That you don't always hear about.
Yeah, whether it be complete lockdowns on pebbles floating through space that happen to have like glowy glows and like
traffic lights on them.
Or whether it's, you know, everything all the way up to, you know, the reporting on Adelson's involvement. Everything. It's all.
And the Charlie Kirk thing, it just gets messier and messier the more you look into it and the more time goes on with it as well.
It's going to be an interesting case, that one.
Isn't it?
I think it is going to be an interesting court case. Keep an eye on what actually even
comes out. So how quickly is that scheduled to take place, this court case?
It's supposed to be happening quickly, but I haven't got a date on that. I need to look at it. Because this is the problem again, is that you're so wrapped up in the day-to-day revelation.
Yeah.
And the fog of war, and like watching the fog of war roll out, but like even the court date, like I'm just like, I can't pick that out right now, because this is why I got notes, because there's so much of this. It's like you got to pick through it with a fine-tooth comb. But I mean, things are coming to a head. There's no doubt. There's a quick tie into that. You remember I told you the IDF like accidentally like blew up a bunch of their own people with ordnance and that, and then blamed it on Hamas. Well. Again, breaking news in the last 24 hours. Apparently, Hamas returned a bunch of bodies, and Israel claimed that their bodies have been DNA tested and checked as people that were returned 2 years ago. So they started bombing the hell out of Gaza again. Jeez. So I think we can safely say that peace process has gone really much freaking nowhere, right? Like, God knows how that's going to turn out. But again, you know, there are lots of cogs in motion. And they are all related, and like I say, this takedown of the mafia, like it just seems almost like that thing where you go and rob a bank, and then a week later you've got Ferrari in the drive.
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly.
We just gone. And done
I wouldn't tell them I've won lottery, but there'd be signs.
Yeah. It's like again the whole thing just speaks. So tell me what you're doing without telling me.
Yeah,
yeah.
That does seem to be the theme.
Yeah. But there you go. Like that's another, you know, healthy dose of information for this week.
Reality.
Well, is it reality? I don't know. Is it a constructed reality? Yeah. Is it just complete scripting that has gone off? Is ChatGPT running the show now?
Well, but I turn your ticket off in here now anyway, so we can go on script.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, terrible.
But yeah, I mean, it's a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun looking into it, but it also, you know, does raise an awful lot of concerning questions out there. But as ever, we do love to hear other people's opinions on it as well. So if you're out there and you've missed the show and you're watching it back, drop us a chat in the comments. Like, make some comments. If there's anything that you might think that would be interesting for us to look into or to cover, let us know. And even if you find some things objectionable or you disagree with, That's fine as well.
Yes,
like I said last
absolutely.
week, you can totally disagree with people, but still have a civilized conversation about it. So we do invite you to drop a comment into the chat or into the comment section below. And of course, please do, if you like what you've seen, leave a like. If you don't, leave a dislike. That's fine as well.
Yeah.
And share this video and the following videos that I'll be splitting off chunks of segments into. If you have missed anything in particular, you can watch this back or one of the smallest week ahead.
They're not very small, the chunks, I've noticed. Though.
Yeah, again, I did say it'd be less than 4 hours, and we're 6 minutes away. So I'm racing to try and get in under that 4 hour mark. But yeah, obviously, if you want to keep up to date with all the latest content from us, you can find us on YouTube at Phluid Vision, on Twitch /Phluid Vision, TikTok at Phluid.records, Patreon /Phluid Records, where if you do like what we do enough and want to help us out,
we need some help. We're trying to set up a fluid tolerance centre, aren't we?
Yes, we are. In fact, maybe I
need to be tolerated.
I'll get Sneerson on. He'll absolutely not help us out.
No, I don't think so.
Absolutely won't. But
we'll see what Candice says next week.
Yeah, you never know. If Candice, if you are watching, give us a shout out. Just say these two random dudes in the UK in their
basement at
we'll know who you mean. Yeah,
Where's Lisgard?
Yeah, but also thank you, Candice, for addressing some of those questions directly.
Yeah,
it was very creepy how direct she was. But yeah, like I say, at the Patreon, you can help support us there. Just £2 a month. It's non-obligatory. You can cancel it when one whole bunch of exclusive content, yada yada yada. Go have a look at the
donors, don't we? That's what we need.
We've got a couple. They're thanked in our credits.
I mean, big copper donors, as we
but again, that's one of the reasons that we've maintained where we're at is because I've never taken donations from any big donor or advertiser or anything like that. Because as you can see from TV USA, you might end up with your shoulder blown off, right? I don't need that in my life. You know, I don't need pastors getting up and claiming that their son's a hero for watching me get my head blown off.
No, he was a hero. Though. He stood up. He didn't take one at all for the team.
No, absolutely not. But his mate sure did.
He passed the buck, was he?
Oh, Pastor Buck.
Pastor Buck.
As well, with that pastor thing, I forgot to mention it reminds me of that. Is it in Coming to America where they go to the church and it's got the black pastor saying, "Don't ask why the pastor's got a Mercedes Benz and you're driving a Yugo."
Yeah.
That's what it made me think of. That speech by the pastor.
They're not poor. They are not poor, these people.
No, again, well, clearly. So you can see from the funding. But I digress. You can also find us on X, Twitter at FM Phluid and Facebook /Phluid Records. We will be back next week.
We will.
And hopefully
content. I don't know. We still have anything to do with the 3i Atlas. That's probably going to pass through by then.
I mean, if anything does happen, then either we won't be here
exactly,
we'll
be dead, or glowing or something. Like that.
There might be something to talk about.
Might be a case next week. We touched upon it this evening a little bit. I think the Madeleine McCann.
Yeah, we could have a little look into that.
That is very murky, right from the start of that.
Yeah.
Right through to where it's going to at the moment, and the
court case of the supposed stalker.
Well, yeah.
Yes.
Very odd.
It's funny because I've been following that first cropped up. So I've got a lot of background research on that,
and even the whole case because she's the same age as my son, so it's quite relevant at the time. She went missing when he was the same age as her, and you always you get to these key birthdays, just because we've been in that neck of the woods ourselves holidaying. We'll go over it next week. There's things you do and don't do. Yeah. But you think, he's 21. I should have been 21, and it's very close in birthdays.
Yeah.
So, plenty more. I'd imagine.
That's the thing. I'm probably going to sort of roll on with the stories a little less on Charlie Kirk, maybe. Hopefully, unless anything insane happens.
And probably again, we touched on it earlier quite significantly with the Charlie Kirk case. Was the case of the furry?
Yes.
Now, coming across here, big time across here in schools and colleges and universities, that now if you want to be self-identify as a cat, you can get a litter tray in your classroom. You can have your food out of a bowl.
Again, I think there's
furry tolerance.
There's an insidious thing going on here because, I'll put
They're
it
They're normalising this weird shit.
Well, one of the interesting things is though, right? Remember what we said last week, the LA Gaming Convention? Lovely people.
Yeah.
And this is again why I worry is that there's a narrative being built here, right? I kind of regret saying this, and I know probably Aspen Gold's going to pick it up, but not all furries. Yeah, not all furries are necessarily Lance Triggs, okay?
No, this is the thing. But it's like any subsection of the human race and a society. There's a lot. It's going to probably a lot of people that are gay, but they keep it to themselves. They do it in their own homes. There's people that take drugs or get drunk. They do it in their own homes. You've got a certain section that want to walk down the streets waving a banner saying they do this. They want to sit on the street doors and drink. And you've also got the people that want to dress up as animals.
Yeah. I mean, look, this
don't be head by the power play. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, this should probably be a segment because, like, it's one of the things I'm conscious of. I think is worth pointing out is that, like I say, not all furries, right? not all gay guys, not all gay women. Like, all of our gay mates over the years have uniformly been of the opinion. Whoops,
you've disappeared. Yeah.
Yeah, it's because they don't want me saying this.
No,
no. They've all uniformly been of the opinion of how much they hate people like Elton John or Graham Norton or Owen Jones.
Yeah.
Don't forget, I still see you, Owen Jones. You're still out there doing your pernicious, horrible shit, right? He's a grotty little kid, that one, and he's a horrible example. And there's one guy that wrote into The Guardian even saying, "Can you get Graham Norton off a telly?" Because he is in no way representative of the average gay guy in the UK. And this is like
none of them are. None of the ones that are on there. Very few, I would say, are this over the top camp clapping the whole time and
I mean, again, there's nothing wrong with being like overt and over the top and like outgoing and stuff like that, but like I say, it's when you start getting these organized groups that start getting together and trying to like literally, the key point I'm making is it doesn't help the cause of the people that just want to live their damn lives and don't go walking down the street butt naked like the guys in San Francisco at the Pride March the other year doing unspeakable, obscene things that are public order offences. That's not appropriate, and that's not
a straight guy does. So it gets straight locked up.
Yeah, but even at that, like the community don't want that because people look at that and go, "Oh, that's all of you," just in the same way they do it with anyone else, whether it's like Islamic terrorism or the Israelis or whatever.
Yeah.
You can't go around just judging everyone like by these standards. And like I say, this is the dangerous thing, the Lance Triggs thing and all of that, is that this narrative is playing into that.
Of course it is.
They're trying to drive, again, this wedge there of, like, these Christian conservatism and, like, how they're all just freakazoids and weirdos. And this is, like I say, if you listen to the crap that we listen to about Lance Triggs tonight and pretend that every furry in the world is like that, then, bro, you got a problem.
Yeah.
Because I know furry. I worked in video games, right? I know a lot of bloody furries.
Look, we've done the gaming convention for Christ's sake in Liscard.
And like I say, at no point did any of them give off a vibe like Lance Triggs gives off, even though we've never met the guy and we only see him on screen. There's vibes there, bro. Like the eyes are there. Like I say, there is a whole thing maybe to break down on that. Maybe we should do a segment like on the dangers of this. Like I say, it's going to end up with people being attributed to something that has nothing to do with them. And it's not on, man. It really isn't on. And like I say, on record, not all furries are like that. A lot of them are really just people that like being cuddly.
And we just happen to mention that because of the news on Charlie Kirk thing. It could have been they were born again Christian.
Well,
and you can say
again, you say that like,
they're all the bad
what did you say about bloody George Farmer? He's a born again Christian, right?
Exactly.
Are we going to judge every born again Christian on George Farmer? Probably
There's
not.
Nutters in every walk of life. It's like when you said that the farmer that shot those intruders, all farmers are lunatics with shotguns.
Absolutely.
Actually, they are. To be fair.
Well,
but you can't even use the phrase tar and put the same brush anymore, can you? But you know what I mean?
Not allowed
They're all
to,
put in the same category.
Yeah.
And there's good and bad in everybody.
Yeah.
And fortunately, you just get to see the worst of people, and then it just highlights these, like I say, about the pasta.
Yeah.
I'm sure some lovely pastas out there.
Yeah.
Okay, it's maybe a bit of a leap.
Yeah, but again, it still applies. And
lovely mafia people out there.
Yeah, well,
lovely American presidents out there.
I heard Ronnie Cray was lovely.
Yeah. Well, we won't. That's
Yeah.
another night.
Yeah,
another day.
Again, like I think it requires just one more of them. Like, but I digress for the end of the evening. But
we have to digress at the end of the evening because it's been quite a heavy session. But that's it all goes round, and it's amazing. Where you start, with the exception probably of the giant asteroid come to kill us. Most other stuff does.
Well, again, like the
back.
one thing that we didn't repeat this time because we mentioned it last week was this being Plan B from outer space, blue beam.
Yeah.
So if all this crap like that's going on that we've been talking about otherwise falls through, then let's fall back on Project Bluebeam. We've got an alien invasion or the return of Christ or both at once.
Or we name a bus after somebody insignificant.
Yeah, so
Busty McBusface.
Yeah. So I mean, it's ever evolving. There's always more news to have.
There
I'd
is.
say maybe next week we shall roll on a little bit because we've done a couple of episodes now that have sort of really circulated around fairly similar themes.
Yeah,
so
try and get back over this side of the pond.
Yes, we'll do a bit
For a
more,
bit.
maybe a bit more local stuff around it. We've got to do the crime page.
Oh, it wasn't so good. I looked at it. It wasn't so good today.
Yeah?
It wasn't quite so much donkey molestation as normally goes on.
Or intergalactic visitors that turn out to be serial killers on a blind date.
Very
Go back to Avi.
I'm just waiting for Cilla Black to rock up on that one. Oddly, with those two women, I was just waiting for like the typical one show segue after that.
Yeah.
They say Abby mentioned blind dates. Well, what would you do on a blind date? What would you wear?
Well, I mean, that Avi Loeb clip earlier was pretty much that, wasn't it? I was half expecting him to finish off and go, so Avi, what are you going to be wearing for Labour Day weekend? You know?
Yeah, exactly. Bloody radiation suit the way it's going.
Yeah. But there you go. I think we've done pretty well.
Yeah,
we did just creep over the 4-hour mark, but
just slightly.
Yeah, like we
should try and get it down. I'm going to do it from my home studio next week.
Yeah. But so I mean, next week again, 7 o'clock. We'll be back with some, hopefully, a couple of new topics and any updates.
I may or may not be here next week, but you'll be somewhere to beam across.
Absolutely, yeah. Like we will do it via the beaming way, like we did for the first show.
It's like better camera this time. I'll have a fiddle about. I'll sort it out.
Yeah. Even if it's just audio, we can do it like we did last time, you know. But like I said, links are on the screen there. I've already mentioned them. Do jump on there, like, follow, share, subscribe.
Yeah.
Drop us comments. Give us some feedback. Keep your eyes open because we've got Jacob and Harvey live gig has just gone up this week. So go check that out on YouTube on Phluid Vision. And coming up, we will have Siren Songbird, our new music release coming out there of her live performance.
Oh, we're going to drag an album out of her, I think. She's awesome.
Yeah. And obviously, like, you're going to hear her again in the outro here. So here's a little taster of what to expect from that. But in between time, there'll be some more shorts and stuff. Hopefully, I might even get a couple of gaming videos out as well in this week for Payne's Games. Try and finish the Precinct, which I've been playing for like 4 months. But other than that, I think we're pretty much
we're good to go.
We're pretty much done for the evening. So thank you very much for tuning in. We hope to see you again next week. If there's anything you want more information in, check out last week's episode.
Yeah.
But for the time being, I think we're out.
That's been us.
Cheerio.
Thanks very much. Bye-bye.
Love is a doing word, feelings on my breath. Gentle impulsion shakes me, makes me lighter. Feelings on my breath. Teardrop on the fire. Feelings on my breath. Night of matter, black flowers blossom. Feelings on my breath. Black flowers blossom. Feelings on my breath. Teardrop on the fire. Feelings on my Thank you.